This is Heartland Giving, a Heartland Cowboy Christmas Sweet Romance, Book 5. Written by Jesse Gussman. Performed by J. Dice. Chapter 1. Esther MacCartney pushed the grocery store cart in front of her, trying not to lean too heavily on it. Grocery shopping had always been one of her least favorite chores, but not today. Today, she was celebrating the fact that she was actually in a grocery store. It was the first time she'd been shopping in more than a year. It felt like a huge victory, but she was already exhausted, and she hadn't even made it to the checkout line yet. Checking her phone, making sure she'd gotten everything on the short list that her sisters had put together with her, she took a deep breath and started toward the self-checkout, wondering how she was going to get everything checked out and loaded in the car when all she felt like doing was lying down with her face on the floor and resting for several hours at least. For her first outing in months, she should have been content to drive to Prairie Rose and take a letter to the post office or something. But no, she felt so well today she volunteered to go shopping. After her sisters had gotten over their shock and Candace had voiced her disapproval, they had helped her figure out what they needed. As the eldest, Candace felt like she was in charge most of the time. Mostly, they were happy for her, even if they were a little worried too. For the last month, Esther had started on a new diet and a natural supplement regimen, and it had helped. To the point where she felt like she could leave the farm and run an errand like grocery shopping. She had been overly optimistic and probably should have listened to Candace, who had suggested she not do something quite so ambitious for her first excursion to town in close to a year. She hated it when her elder sister was right, especially when that made her wrong. Panting like she'd run a marathon instead of walked halfway around the grocery store, putting less than 20 items in her cart, she leaned heavily on the handle as she turned the corner to go left toward the self-checkout. At least at the self-checkout, she could take as much time as she needed. But her judgment was off, and she cut the corner too closely, clipping the edge of a carefully stacked pyramid of chocolate sandwich cookies, and the entire thing came tumbling down around her and her cart. It was bad enough to destroy someone's hard work, but the noise reverberated so that everyone in the store was craning their necks to see what had happened. Prairie Rose was a small town, and she'd already been stopped at least 15 times by pretty much every shopper she passed, asking about her health. It was one of her pet peeves of being sick, people asking her how she was. If she was well, she'd be doing a regular routine. Since she wasn't, she obviously didn't feel great, and she hated continually having to come up with words that didn't sound too negative. Like, yeah, I feel rotten, but I'm up anyway. Or, yeah, I feel terrible. That's why I'm on the couch. Bending down to begin picking up the containers of cookies that had fallen everywhere, she fought the fatigue and the nausea that weakened her knees, even while her cheeks heated and embarrassment made her want to sink into the floor. She wasn't so desperate for attention that she needed to knock down a display so everyone in the store would stop and look at her. "Oh, don't worry about it. I'll get it." Tara, the teenage cashier that Esther had known since birth, panted as she hurried over, hot and sweaty, and knelt down to help. "You can go back to your register. I'll help. You guys are already shorthanded because of everyone having off to get ready for the Christmas parade tonight." A deep voice, familiar, spoke just over Esther's head. It wasn't one she particularly wanted to hear. Not when she was feeling like she could barely lift her hands and was kneeling in front of a huge mess that needed to be cleaned up. "Are you sure, Monroe?" Tara said, relief in her tone but also a question. "Yeah, I think we can stack these back the way they were without too much trouble, and that way the folks waiting in line won't be mad at us." Tara nodded, giving Esther a smile and a wave before she hurried back to her register. "Us?" Esther asked, the exhaustion in her voice making her want to cringe. "I don't recall seeing you around when I knocked it down." "No one can ever tell the difference between you and your sister anyway. They'll just think we were together." That was probably true. Candace, who had been casually dating Monroe for a while, looked almost exactly like Esther. Their personalities were completely different, but people often confused them, and when they were together, people asked if they were twins. It really wasn't what she wanted people to think, though. But she did appreciate the help. "What are you doing out anyway? Are you and your sister so desperate for groceries that you'll starve to death if you don't show up at the store?" Monroe asked, his tone low, as they knelt together picking up the packages, she doing it much slower than he. "You know, I've been feeling better since I started on those new supplements, but I think I might have bitten off more than I could chew." She wouldn't have admitted that to just anyone, but Monroe had been at their house a good bit because of Candace. Often, while he was waiting for Candace to get ready, he sat and talked to Esther. Sometimes he'd come to visit her, just because. He was pretty much the only one. Esther had been confined to the house for so long that people seemed to have forgotten about her. "Moxie," he said, using the nickname he'd started calling her after all the time they'd spent together while waiting for Candace to get ready. She didn't look at him, focusing on getting the mess cleaned up with her last bit of energy. If she had to let her cart sit in the store, she would. His hand settled on hers, and he said, "Moxie," more forcefully this time, and her hand stilled. She looked up. "I've got this. You look like you're about ready to fall over. Go on and sit down on the bench on the other side of the cash registers. I'll get this, then I'll get your groceries, and then I'll help you out." "No, really, I can do this." "Of course you can. Eventually. But this is your first time out of the house in almost a year. You've already done enough. You're going to hurt yourself or hurt someone else." She glared at him, not wanting to hear the truth, but knowing he was right. "All right, fine. You sit there. Let me do this, then we'll check out together, okay?" She didn't want her eyes to fill with tears. They weren't sad tears or weak tears. They were frustrated tears. She had been healthy and energetic and active all of her life. Why was she so weak and tired now? "Trust me, every trial is for a reason." She closed her eyes and said a quick prayer. "Help me, Lord," before she relaxed her hands, putting them in her lap while she knelt on the floor, resting, while Monroe picked up everything. She'd fought her diagnosis, fought the exhaustion, fought everything that had been laid on her, and she wouldn't quit fighting. But at the same time, she could also accept that this whole trial was from the Lord. He wanted her to grow, maybe gain some compassion. She'd been trying. "I would argue with you, but even if you gave in, I can't really help you," she said, pushing the sour thoughts away, allowing her face to relax into a smile. "That's my Moxie," Monroe said casually as his eyes lifted to hers and they shared a smile. "When I feel better, I'm going to win an argument with you," she said, but her words lacked the force that she wanted to have behind them. "You keep telling yourself that," he said, taking 4 packages in his hand and twisting them around, setting them down on the perfect pyramid he was building. "You probably ought to slow down a little. You'll have the manager here wanting to hire you." Monroe laughed. "Sometimes I think it would be better to work in a grocery store. I wouldn't be gone so much, anyway." Esther's eyes popped open. She hadn't realized being gone for long stretches of time bothered him. "I thought you liked touring the country." "I do. If I hadn't gotten to work on my dad's harvest crew, I wouldn't have been able to see nearly as much of it as I have. But I guess it's always nice to come home to Iowa, and sometimes I do wish for regular hours and a regular schedule, even though I love what I do." He slapped another 4 packages carefully on the pyramid, then lifted his eyes to look at her. They had talked enough that she knew exactly what he was saying. He had always spoken in glowing terms about his job, about how much he loved the wide-open skies, the feeling of friendship and pulling together he felt on the harvest crew, how he loved working for American farmers, and what a sense of pride it gave him to see the beauty of the country and knowing he was helping to feed it. She had always been proud in the same way of the job she had, of the hog barns they had that produced meat to supply to the country. When she wasn't being bitter and angry at her circumstances, she loved listening to Monroe talk about his experiences, because she could relate, even if she did her part by just staying on their farm. But she'd always been active and involved, and if she hadn't been laid up, she might have fiddled with the idea of hiring on to a harvest crew and seeing what it was all about. Her sisters had managed the farm for the last year, almost completely without her help, so it was pretty obvious to her that although 3 people made the work lighter, they weren't necessary in order to run the farm. A wave of dizziness made her sway, and her hand came up, grabbing Monroe's wide shoulder. His head turned immediately. His brows lifted. "You look like you're going to pass out." He put the packages down that he held in his hand and turned to her, taking both of her hands in his and standing. "Come on. Can you walk to the bench?" His words were gentle. There was no censure or impatience. His touch was almost tender, and she found herself standing without protest. "I know it would embarrass you if I carried you, but that's really what I want to do," Monroe murmured, putting his arm around her waist and allowing her to lean into his strength. "I can do it," she said, hating the breathless gasps around the words and the empty feeling in her chest like she just didn't have any strength or air, while her heart felt weak and anemic. Monroe didn't say anything more, but walked beside her as they passed the registers toward the bench. Esther concentrated on putting one foot in front of another, but she didn't miss Tara's concerned glance as she looked up from where she was checking an elderly lady out. "I'll get the rest of those in a minute. I wanted Esther to sit down for a bit," Monroe said, and Esther assumed Tara had given him a questioning glance. She hated to be the center of attention in such a terrible way, but she also felt grateful that he was helping her over. He was right. She was on the verge of passing out. It would be worse to be flat out on the floor in the middle of the grocery store than it was to be helped to a bench. Chapter 2. Monroe and Esther made it to the hard seat along the wall, and she sank down gratefully. "Thank you," she said, still out of breath, still feeling like her chest was empty and her bones were spaghetti. She expected Monroe to leave, but he dropped onto one knee beside her. "Are you okay? You're not feeling dizzy, or things aren't turning black?" She laughed a little. No dizziness, no blackness. Just feeling stupid because I should have known better than to think I could be practically bedridden for a year, feel better one day, and automatically think I could go to the grocery store like a normal person." "Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. You will be going to the grocery store without incident, and soon. Look how much better you feel. It's just going to take a little longer than you thought." Patience, That seemed to be God's lesson in this situation for her, although he had been teaching her empathy and compassion as well. Actually, she'd had other doors open for her that wouldn't have if this whole health issue hadn't happened. She was grateful, truly she was, but she wanted to be better so badly, wanted to be normal, wanted to be able to do what she'd done all her life. "I know you're right." She met his eyes, caring concern darkening them, and she tried to allow him to see the sincerity in hers. Monroe had been one of the few people who had visited her consistently, because of Candace at first, then just dropping in, and she knew the attraction she felt for him and the special feelings that even now bubbled up in her chest just meeting his eyes were because of that, not because of any true attraction between them. She would not allow it. He was dating her sister, and no matter how careless and lackadaisical his relationship with Candace seemed, Esther didn't want to have anything to do with someone her sister had feelings for first. "Give me 5 minutes to finish throwing those packages back up and check out. Was there anything else you wanted?" She shook her head. Nothing she was getting was absolutely essential anyway. She had just been so happy to be able to get out. "Sit tight. Promise?" he asked, like they were in elementary school and her word wasn't good enough. She had to promise, too. She grinned a little and put up her pinky. He chuckled and put his own pinky up, bumping hers, which was their own spin on the promise. They'd developed it over the hours they'd spent chatting about this and that and everything. He had barely walked away when clacking on the hard floor tiles made Esther look toward the registers. Susan. At one point, she would have considered her a really good friend. Susan was one of the people who hadn't come to see her, not even one time, while she was laid up. Esther didn't hold it against her. She didn't like to visit sick people either. But she supposed she kind of felt that if they had been great friends, Susan would have made the time to come around. "Esther," Susan said, her smile looking cool and happy, although her eyes skated to the side, almost as though she were planning her escape route even while she walked to Esther. "I'm so sorry I haven't been out to visit you. Things have been so busy lately." Esther almost said, "Yeah, for the last year you just haven't had 30 free minutes." But she didn't, and she pushed that ungrateful thought aside, trying to remember all the people she had never visited. She was no better than Susan, and had no right to be upset. "Susan," Esther said, wishing her voice had sounded just as cool and unaffected as Susan's had. But despite the fact that she'd been sitting for at least a minute, she was unable to hide the fact that she was out of breath. "How nice to see you." "You look terrible. I think all the rumors must be true." "Thanks. You look really great." Susan laughed. "You know, I didn't mean it like that." "I know." She did, too. She just didn't know what to say when people told her she looked terrible. "I feel terrible" didn't exactly seem like the best comeback. "I've heard you were on your deathbed. I believe it now." I don't think so. I've just been pretty much completely exhausted." "Peyton and Elizabeth have been keeping me so busy. You know how it is with kids." Susan gave a self-conscious laugh. "Or maybe you don't. When are you going to get married and settle down?" Then she laughed again. "Never mind. You've been too sick to think about it. Oh, goodness, this is why I don't visit people. I've already stuck my foot in my mouth 3 times since I've stopped in front of you." She looked at her phone clock, and immediately her face scrunched up in exaggerated concern. "I need to run. I have an appointment." Susan smiled, looking sincere. If it hadn't been for the hesitation as she scrambled for an excuse, Esther might have believed her.
"Of course. I hope you have a wonderful day."
Esther found she really meant that, where maybe before she had been sick, she might have been feeling insincere because of the way Susan was acting. If her enforced inactivity had done any good at all, it was that having all that extra time and spending it in God's Word had changed her. Her new side gig was testament to that. She didn't think she was quite to the point where she would say she was glad she had been sidelined with exhaustion, but she was in a place where she could see benefits. See how maybe God had worked things out, how it had all been part of His plan to begin with. Susan walked out, holding her 2 grocery bags easily in one hand, her steps crisp, her shoes clacking, her head high. As she made her way to the end of the line registers, she came to the self-checkout where Monroe stood. Her steps slowed and her head turned. She said something, but Monroe didn't move. She stopped, and her voice carried down to Esther.
"Monroe, are you ignoring me?"
Her voice held flirt and tease, and she put one hand on her hip in a mock, irritated way. Monroe's head jerked up at that, and he seemed to stare at her for a couple of minutes as though trying to figure out who she was before he answered her. Then he said something too low for Esther to hear. Esther looked back down at her lap where her hands were clasped loosely. She just didn't have the energy to unclasp them. Susan had been divorced from her second husband for at least 6 months. There was nothing wrong with her flirting with a single man, although everyone in Prairie Rose knew that Monroe and Candace were dating, even though it was casual, and no one really considered them an item. When she looked back up, Susan had clicked her way out of the store, and Monroe was walking toward her. She put her hands on the bench and gathered herself, but before she could push up, he said, "Just stay there. I'll help you." She wanted to ignore him, wanted to be able to walk with the ease that Susan had, wished she were able to. But that was coveting. She wanted Susan's strength, Susan's life, Susan's energy, instead of being happy with her own. Something she'd realized while she'd been lying in bed reading her Bible and thinking about it was that someone who didn't have the trials that she hadn't had the opportunities for character growth that she had. She supposed she might be envious of Susan's energy and the ease with which she walked and laughed, but she wasn't envious of Susan's character. No matter how much Esther wanted to be better, as healthy as Susan, it wasn't worth it if she had to give up all the gains she'd made in her character and her relationship with the Lord. Most of the time, she believed that. It had taken her getting completely knocked off her feet and being weak to realize that true strength didn't lie in the physical, nor did it lie in the person's brisk personality and ability to get things done. True strength, strength of character, of values and determination to do right, came from the Lord. "All right, I'll help you stand, or if you want to be stubborn and insist on doing it on your own, I'll be here to catch you if you fall."
"I think I might be too heavy for you. Maybe I should get one of those strapping young fellows who are bagging groceries over there to come give me a hand."
Esther shot a sideways glance at Monroe, whose smile widened at her words. "You questioning my manhood?"
"You've been questioning mine since we first saw each other 10 minutes ago."
His mouth opened and closed twice before his look turned guilty. "You have me there, although I feel like I have a reason to. You did almost pass out. But I suppose you don't want that thrown up in your face any more than I want the things I can't do thrown up in mine." Monroe was sensitive and always seemed to care how she felt without actually asking her, which was one of the things she appreciated about him. He put his arm around her as she stood slowly to her feet, adjusting to the change in position and blood pressure. She hated the dizzy spell that caused her to lean into him heavily, and that she would have lost her balance if he hadn't caught her. Her limbs felt weak, like gelatin, and her car seemed like an awful long way away. Monroe didn't say anything as they walked slowly back past the registers and out the automatic doors. But when they reached the bench that sat outside, he said, "Sit. Give me your keys. I'm driving you home." Normally, she would have argued with such high-handed tactics, and if he had offered, she would have turned him down. Then waited until he drove out of the parking lot and called her sisters to come get her, because she was in no condition to drive. Her purse felt like it weighed 1,000,000 pounds, although it only contained her wallet and sunglasses, along with the keys. She pulled it up and dug inside, silently handing him her simple keychain and meeting his eyes as she did. "Thanks," he said, and she gave him a tired smile, knowing that she hadn't really had a choice, hating that he was not doing whatever it was that he needed to do as he carried her groceries in one hand and her key in the other, walking across the parking lot to her car. Her car had been sitting at their house every time he visited, and he hadn't needed to ask where she parked. It wasn't like the grocery store in Prairie Rose was that busy. It was easy to see. It didn't take him long to put the groceries in the trunk and drive over to pick her up. Chapter 3. Monroe pulled to a stop in front of Esther. He hated seeing her so down. Normally, when he came to visit her, no matter what physical condition she was in, she always had a smile and a joke and a few one-liners that would make him laugh. But today, she looked just simply terrible. He felt so bad for her because feeling well enough that she could actually drive to town must have been exciting. She'd been hoping and praying for so long that she'd be able to find something that would help her feel better, and when she'd started on her new diet and supplements, she'd been so hopeful. Of course, she'd been hopeful before, and things hadn't worked out, but that hadn't kept her from trying. He just wished he could take her tiredness on himself, make it go away so that she could be healthy again. Of course, at that point, she wouldn't be stuck on the couch anymore, just waiting for him to have a few extra minutes to talk to her. She always made him laugh, and most of the time, they could talk about anything, nonsense stuff, farming, or current events. They could have an intelligent conversation about any of it. There weren't too many people with whom he could do that. He actually felt more comfortable with her than he did with his own brothers. She wasn't constantly looking for his weakness to tease him about it. As much as he loved them, Moxie made him feel like she admired and respected him just for himself, and he felt like he could let his guard down with her. She was great for his ego. So, while he definitely wanted her to get better, he wasn't entirely sure that there wasn't some selfish part of him that wouldn't mind if she didn't. Stopping the car in front of her, he hurried out and around. He wouldn't put it past her to try to get in herself, and he didn't want that. Just standing up in the grocery store had made her dizzy and weak. "Let me help," he said, allowing the command to stay in his voice. He didn't particularly enjoy getting bossed around, but when he needed it, he could take it. Moxie was the same way. She'd shut up and done what he wanted and hadn't argued when he'd used his commanding tone. She'd known he was right and hadn't tried to fight him for her pride. He didn't like using it, though, because that really wasn't the kind of person he was. Being in the middle of 5 brothers meant that he'd had to take a lot of teasing over the years. He'd also had to learn to take and give commands. He put his arm around her waist, which was slender, almost too slender since her appetite had fled along with her energy, and the bones of her face stood out starkly, almost as starkly as her ribs must, since he didn't have any trouble feeling them under her shirt. "Watch your head," he said, putting his hand on top of her hair as her body slid into the front seat of the car. Not for the first time, he wondered seriously if what she had was something more than simple exhaustion or the mysterious complications from Lyme disease, which is what her doctors had finally decided. Unusual, unexpected, and murky. Antibiotics had helped with some of the pain, from what Moxie had told him, but she just couldn't shake the extreme tiredness. Could she be seriously ill? Could she be dying? The idea scared him, more than he wanted to admit. He hadn't even considered it up until that point. He'd just been pretty happy-go-lucky being with her sister, but if he were being honest with himself, he looked forward just as much to talking with Moxie. More. But Moxie wasn't exactly thinking about a boyfriend right now, let alone more, marriage and a family, that he would be interested in. Slamming the door shut, he didn't allow himself to think about his growing feelings of affection for Moxie anymore. He didn't want to have to try to justify what he'd been doing, and almost certain he shouldn't have been. No matter what his reasons, it wasn't right to date one sister when he was more interested in the other. Thing was, his relationship with Candace wasn't what it appeared, and that had made it seem okay. Chapter 4. "Hey, sis," Monroe said easily as Catherine, his younger and only sister, walked into the shop carrying a baggie with what looked like a sandwich in it. He could see the lettuce from here. He wasn't a big fan of lettuce or vegetables in general, but Catherine was trying to get them to eat healthier, and he supposed he was getting to the age where he should be concerned about it.
"Hey, I was wondering if you had a few minutes to talk to me."
"Sure do," he said, setting down the wrench he'd been using and wiping his hands on the rag he pulled out of his back pocket. She held the bag out, and he took it, thanking her. "We can go into the break room if you want," he said, his brows raised at her. He hadn't been around her too much growing up. She was the youngest, but also, their dad always had the older boys helping him on the harvest crew, and had farmed Catherine out with various relatives and friends. Monroe hadn't thought anything about it, not while he was younger, but now that he was an adult, he had purposely taken a job with Catherine's husband's shop just so he could spend more time with his sister. Her husband, Elias, seemed like a great guy, and Monroe was happy his sister had found someone who valued her. Maybe their dad would eventually see the error of his ways. In fact, Monroe was willing to bet he probably already had, since his new wife seemed to be opening his eyes to a lot of things. Funny what a woman could do to a man when a man loved a woman so much. The changes he'd make. The things he was willing to do that he might never have done before. Anything to see that special lady smile. Maybe Monroe would never have that kind of feeling, since he certainly didn't feel it with Candace, as much as he liked her. He wasn't driven to think about her constantly, to try to figure out what would make her happy. They walked into the break room, with him opening up the sandwich and holding it with the wrapper, taking a bite. He had packed himself lunch, but Catherine could make anything taste good, and he certainly wasn't going to turn down free food. He waited for Catherine to pick a seat and settle in before he chose the seat across the table from her, grabbing his lunchbox and a drink from the refrigerator and sitting down. "It's been busy in the shop this week. Is it usually like this?" he asked before he took another bite of the sandwich. He hadn't been working there long since they just finished up harvesting and winterizing their equipment less than a month ago. Some of his brothers had been heading to South Africa to help with the harvest there for a friend of theirs, and normally Monroe would have gone with them, no questions asked. They all thought it was because he was dating Candace that he stayed, but that really wasn't the reason. Not that he was at liberty to say. The idea that Moxie might be by herself, with no one to cheer her up, had definitely played into his decision, as much as he didn't want to admit it.
"It's not typically quite this bad, but we're not complaining,"
Catherine said with a relaxed smile. She definitely looked a lot happier since she and Elias had gotten together.
"Are you really planning on staying through the winter?"
I was. Monroe swallowed before he said. Why? Would you rather hire someone else who wouldn't be temporary? I don't exactly need the job, but I just figured I'd do it because I'd be closer to you. That was the honest truth. Pleasure spread across Catherine's face as she heard his words.
"I've been looking forward to that as well. It was awfully kind of you to think of me."
This kind of talk made him uncomfortable. He supposed that was what having a sister was like, being uncomfortable, because she wasn't afraid to talk about her feelings and didn't act like a brother.
"But the reason I ask is because Elias and I need to make a trip to California. I sold the business a while ago, and there are some things out there I need to take care of."
California is pretty. I think you'll enjoy it. He wasn't sure what she was saying, but he was happy that she was getting a chance to travel with her husband.
"We were wondering if you would be in charge of the shop while we're gone?"
Catherine asked, her eyes steady on his. His brows went up as he bit into his sandwich. He didn't say anything, though, and a voice spoke from the doorway. You've only been here a week, but you're the best employee we've ever had, just in that short amount of time. Also, your family. Monroe turned his head. Elias stood there, his eyes smiling, an honest look on his face. He wasn't giving idle compliments. Catherine's head turned as well, and she started to get up, but Elias put a hand up and walked over. His hand touched her gently as he walked to her other side and pulled out a chair, sitting down. Well, I feel like I'm barely getting to know everything. I'm not sure you want me in charge of the shop. We're not leaving until the end of next week. I can show you the ropes, but it's not hard. Elias raised his brows, and Monroe nodded his head, indicating for him to go on. The main things you have to do is take any cash or checks to the bank each day and turn in the hours for payroll. We have a payroll service that handles everything for us, but we have to give them numbers every week. I can do it remotely, but rather than trying to have all the guys text me their information, it'll be easier if we just handle it in the shop. Not to mention, someone needs to supervise everything. I don't know if I can handle that responsibility, Monroe said a little flippantly. Meanwhile, he was whirling it all over in his head. He'd always had his older brothers and his dad to work with, but it was not uncommon for him to be in a field by himself or in charge of a section or farm. Still, a repair shop was completely different, and he wasn't feeling totally comfortable. I don't want to pressure you. If it's not something you want to do, that's fine, Elias said, his manner easy, his voice confident but considerate. That's not it. I guess I'm just thinking how different this is from what I'm used to, and I don't want to mess anything up for you. But I'm more than willing to try it if you guys think I can do it. I think I would rather see that attitude than overconfidence. I've found that usually when a lot of confidence is displayed by a man, he typically is blind to his faults and a lot of times unteachable. Monroe nodded. He supposed that was true. He'd seen a lot of guys who were cocky and arrogant, and while they probably made just as many mistakes as he did, they were also a pain to work with. One thing, most people bring their equipment in to be repaired, but I always take everything out to the MacCartney sisters, just because they have so much going on and with Esther being laid up. She was always the one who did all the errands. The other two are swamped with work, and it's just a courtesy for longtime customers. Their parents were a great help and supported me when I got started. I understand. I can do that. I've been there a time or two. He grinned, and Catherine smiled back at him, although her eyes looked thoughtful. He wasn't sure how he felt about that look, like she knew something that he didn't, or didn't want him to know. Elias laughed but didn't make a comment other than to say, "Normally, unless it's time-sensitive, Catherine and I take anything they need out to the farm after the shop closes at 5, and that's when we pick up anything they need. Of course, if they need it earlier, usually Catherine ran it out." "Shouldn't I be here all the time?" "We leave for lunch occasionally, but you'll just have to use your judgment. Normally, the MacCartney sisters are very good at ordering ahead, and also about knowing that things don't get fixed right away. It's only going to be a week anyway, and you might not even hear from them. Being that this is in our busy time, it shouldn't really be a problem." Elias went on to talk about who he could leave in charge of the shop if he had to make a trip out, and mentioned some other details that he might need to know. He ended with, "We have all week. I'll be around to show you the ropes as needed." They chatted a bit more while Monroe finished his lunch, his mind swirling. He was happy to help his sister and his brother-in-law, and interested that the MacCartney girls seemed to get special treatment. He had known they were well-liked in town, but hadn't realized how much the town really pulled for them. It was obvious, given that their parents had been killed in an accident, and now with Esther and her illness that was not responding to treatment. He loved the small-town atmosphere that looked after their own. And, if he were being honest, he was even more grateful for the excuse to be able to go see Esther. He had been tempted to text her and ask her how she'd been since he drove her home from the grocery store yesterday. But it was more personal than the things he usually said to her, and he didn't want to be giving off the wrong idea. He was not sure what the wrong idea was, but when he got serious about a girl, he would make sure that the girl knew it and that they were on the same page. He and Candace both knew their dating was casual, even if they hadn't announced that to the rest of the town. She had approached him with an offer and he'd agreed, but neither one of them were really thinking that anything was going to happen beyond that. At least, he didn't. Chapter 5. Esther lay on the couch, frustrated. She had been so excited when she finally felt well enough to attempt a trip into town. If she had known that she would be exhausted for 2 days afterward, she wouldn't have been nearly as happy. "My strength is made perfect in weakness." That's the verse that had run through her head for the last half-year or so. And it stopped her grumbling almost immediately, because she knew it was true. If it hadn't been for her weakness, she wouldn't have started writing online. She'd been too busy and active before she got sick. Of course, she read her Bible every day, but she hadn't considered blogging about it. God had taken her weakness and turned it into something that he could use for his glory. All those thoughts helped her frustration, although they didn't take it away entirely. "Will I ever be well again, Lord?" No answer. "I'm heading out to the barn. Is there anything you need before I go?" Her sister Meg stepped into the room, her golden brown hair pulled high in a ponytail, her beanie cap in one hand and her coat in the other. "I'm fine," Esther said, grateful that her voice didn't sound bitter or angry. She spent a lot of time working on not being bitter and angry, trying to accept that this season of not being able to do anything, not having any energy, constantly feeling exhausted, was part of God's plan for her life, however long the season lasted. Her sister stood there, taking an extra second as her eyes searched her face. "I wish there was something I could do for you." It wasn't hard to tell from the emotion in her voice that Meg truly meant what she said. The words made a sad smile turn the corner of Esther's lips up.
I know. I know this probably isn't going to help you, and I understand why you've been down the last couple of days, but there's been a huge difference in you. Not since this started, exactly, but probably from about 4 months in. You just seem like you have such a deeper and more vibrant walk with the Lord.
She huffed a little breath.
It doesn't exactly make me want to go through what you have, but it's made me realize that the thing that we've heard since our childhood, that trials make you stronger, can certainly be true. You've lived it.
Meg's head turned a little, and she tilted it, her eyes compassionate, her expression, while not envious exactly, definitely conveying that she would love to have what Esther had earned through the last months of suffering. Her words encouraged Esther, though. She supposed if she had to give up her physical health in order to become more healthy spiritually, the sacrifice was worth it. Not that her health was hers to begin with. Everything was God's. That was another thing she had learned through her trial.
Thank you. You're right. It didn't start at the beginning, but God really convicted me that my attitude was terrible when my anger was directed against the exhaustion, and I was bitter and angry that I wasn't out doing everything I wanted to do, like everyone else. That had to be hard.
Meg leaned against the door jamb, but she was ready to stay and talk. Her sisters had learned that Esther didn't always have the energy for conversation, although those days were mostly behind her. Unless she went to town, and then she had more of them.
I'm missing out on the big powwow?
Her older sister, Candace, stepped into the other doorway, the one that led to the hall stairs.
No big powwow. I was just headed out to the barn, and I wanted to make sure that Esther didn't need anything before I went. I see.
Candace smiled, but it didn't seem to quite reach her eyes. Ever since she announced that she'd had a job offer in Fort Dodge, she seemed a little more distant.
You're in here to tell us whether or not you accepted that job?
Meg said, her position leaning against the door jamb unchanged, although somehow her appearance wasn't nearly as relaxed.
I have 3 more days to make up my mind,
Candace said, not sounding happy about it. Esther just stared at her. She couldn't imagine a job offer so good that it would make Candace consider giving up Monroe and heading off to the city.
You know, the farm isn't in so much trouble that you need to go outside and get a job.
Meg's words were said casually, but quite firmly.
I know,
Candace said, with what looked like half a smile touching her face.
But it definitely would help.
Esther had been doing the books since that was something she could do in a reclining position on the couch with her laptop on her stomach. Her eyes might go shut for 15 or 20 minutes, then she'd wake up and do a little. She had all day to key expenses in and reconcile the checkbook.
You know, marrying Monroe would have the same effect.
Meg's words hung in the air. For all that Candace and Monroe had been seeing each other, each of them insisted it was only a friendship thing. For months, it hadn't moved past that friendship thing. At least, it hadn't seemed to. Even now, Meg's words didn't seem to move Candace. She didn't have any longing on her face or the glow of a woman in love, at least not when Monroe's name was brought up. Esther didn't understand it. Monroe was considerate and funny, and while probably not classically handsome, he couldn't smile without Esther's heart feeling a tug, which she tried hard to contain since he was, technically, dating her sister, even if both of them claimed it was just friendship.
That's true,
Candace finally said, her chin lifted even if her words were flippant.
If you guys aren't going to move on in your relationship, You should each find other people. It's kind of silly for you both to be hanging out with each other when neither of you are interested in more. Maybe we think each other's the best thing going, but not our forever mates. There's nothing wrong with hanging out with a good friend. Dating a good friend when you're not expecting more?
Meg pushed.
There are no laws against it. We just want to have a good time. We always split the tab, so it's not like I'm taking advantage of him. And he's definitely not taking advantage of me. If he was interested in someone else, he would tell me. We just enjoy going out, and we enjoy doing it together.
Esther watched her sister shrug, and then her eyes jumped back to her feet at the other end of the couch. She had never heard of people dating, as friends, for almost a year. It seemed like there was something fishy going on, but she hadn't approached Monroe about it, even though they'd spent a lot of time talking since Monroe almost always stopped in and hung out with her for a while when he picked Candace up.
Oh,
Meg said, straightening from where she was leaning on the door jamb and taking a step forward.
I forgot. I was talking to Aunt Bev last week, and she asked if she could move in here.
Meg took a breath while Esther digested that information. Aunt Bev had 4 daughters of her own, but none of them lived in Iowa.
You guys know her health has been declining, and the lady who has been taking her to her doctor's appointments has been diagnosed with cancer. If she doesn't move here, she'll have to go to a home. I suppose that's what her girls want?
Yeah, Meg nodded, her face falling.
They live too far away to take care of her, and they all work jobs outside the home.
Meg added, flinching a little, although neither Candace nor Esther were offended. All 3 of the girls worked. They just worked from home, which, to outsiders, sometimes didn't seem like a real job.
Well, of course you said she could come, right?
Candace said, not needing any other information, apparently. Esther didn't either, although her heart trembled a little, because there would be extra work for Candace and Meg, who were already overwhelmed with the farm since Esther hadn't been doing her jobs for almost a year.
I told her I would talk to you all about it, but that I was pretty sure I knew what you both would say. Unless I call her by this weekend. She's planning on moving up here next week. What about moving her stuff? I told her we would help her,
Meg said, her face scrunched up since she knew that none of them had any extra time, and Esther didn't have the energy to take on yet another job. But she also knew they would make time for it somehow, because that's what you did with family. Friends, too, and neighbors, and total strangers who needed a hand. It was just the small-town way.
Good. I'm glad you told her that. I might have to rearrange my schedule some next week, though,
Candace said, her hands going up to her hair and pushing through it in agitation.
If I say yes to this job, they want me out there next week for training. Next week?
Esther said, the words slipping out without thought, her body tensing on the couch. For the first time all day, she felt like sitting up. Candace's lips flattened, and she looked regretful, but she nodded.
I'm sorry. I know that's soon, and I know if I take this job, it's going to mess up the holidays. But I think I'm going to.
She didn't sound like she necessarily wanted to, and Esther again felt like there was something odd going on with her sister. Something just wasn't quite right.
Is everything okay?
She asked, thinking that she probably should have asked that before. But she'd been so focused on herself, focused on getting better, focused on doing what she could with her blog online. Glad she actually had a bit of income coming in, even though she could barely get off the couch, that she put all her time and energy into it and hadn't really been paying attention to her sister.
Yeah, pretty much. I'm going to need to talk to you guys, but not now. Monroe's supposed to be here to pick me up, and he always ends up waiting on me."
Candace's eyes smiled at Esther.
"Thank you for entertaining him. I guess you'll probably have to do it again this evening, since I haven't even taken a shower yet."
Esther nodded, but her eyes dropped away from her sisters and looked back down the couch at her feet. If she had someone like Monroe coming for her, she wouldn't make him wait. She'd be ready, no, eager, when he arrived.
"Esther,"
Candace said, coming closer.
"I didn't think you minded being with Monroe when I'm not ready to go." "I don't."
Esther lifted her eyes and met her sister's. She wasn't lying. She didn't mind at all. She just didn't feel like Candace was treating him the way a man like him deserved to be treated. He was the kind of man that would make the perfect husband. The kind of man a girl didn't let go. The kind of man she would be honored to be with, and would show that by respecting him, respecting his time, and reciprocating his kindness. Not by brushing him off, constantly being late, and pawning him off on her sister.
"I can run upstairs and rush to get ready." "Don't bother. I enjoy talking to Monroe."
Candace stared at her for a little bit longer before she nodded. Then her gaze turned to Meg.
"If Aunt Bev is coming and you need me to help, I can cancel the training. And if that means I don't get the job, that's what it means." "No, if that's what you want to do, you make sure you do it. We'll figure something else out if we need to." "Like what?"
Candace asked, standing in the middle of the room, her hands fisted on her hips. "Looks like a fighting pose," a deep voice said from behind Meg, startling all three of them. Esther didn't need to look to know it was Monroe. Early as usual.
"It's not. It's my determination to get something done pose,"
Candace said, her words a little flirty, but her tone definitely not. She didn't mess around when it was time to get something done. In fact, she could be almost scary in her determination to focus on only one thing until it was accomplished. "I see," Monroe said. As always when he came, Esther had to fight back the almost overwhelming urge to sit up, to fix her hair, to make sure that she looked okay and straighten her clothes. As much as she loved talking to Monroe, as fun as the rapport between them had become, as easy as their friendship was, she hated that she always looked sick to him. She was the invalid, someone to be benevolent toward. "What is it that you're determined to do?" Monroe asked.
"I told them Aunt Bev could move in with us and I would help. She has a house down in Lingleton, and she needs to be out of it next week."
"Wow, that's fast. She getting kicked out?"
"No. The neighbor lady who's been taking her to all of her appointments and helping to take care of her has been diagnosed with cancer. Aunt Bev has 4 daughters, but they all live far away, and she doesn't want to impose on any of them to help her. They're going to move her into a home unless she's allowed to come here."
"And you've already decided she's allowed to come?"
"I think so,"
Meg said, her eyes scanning the room, her brows raised as both Candace and Esther nodded.
"Yes, we have."
"I see. And you need someone to help move her?"
"That's what we were talking about. Candace has plans next week, so that leaves Esther and me. Well, just me,"
Meg said, and Esther knew she didn't mean it to, but it hurt anyway. She knew she was no help with anything, especially something physical like moving furniture or moving a person. But it still hurt. The idea that she couldn't help, that she was more of a burden than a blessing to her family. She shook those thoughts off because she knew where they led, to depression, discouragement, and despondency. She reminded herself of her blog, which was finally bringing in 4 figures a month. It wasn't big money, but it was worth something.
I could hire someone to help. I made more money on my blog last month than I've made in any month this year. Almost doubled my highest month. I could use that money to hire someone.
I'll help. Chapter 6. All 3 of the sisters' heads turned to Monroe. They weren't exactly surprised at his offer to help, but none of them seemed to know what to do with it. It's simple. Candace, you go do what you need to do. Meg, you take care of the farm. That's a big enough job, a full-time job for 2 normal people. Esther and I will take care of Aunt Bev. Even though she knew his words were impossible, Esther's heart twittered. She loved the idea that she might actually be able to do something. She didn't miss the skeptical looks on her sisters' faces.
I appreciate your offer to help. That's what it is, though. Help. Not Monroe comes and does it himself.
Candace's voice was stern. I'm not going to do it myself. Esther's going to help.
I love Esther, but you know she's not helping. She's barely gotten off the couch to go to the bathroom and climb the stairs for the last 6 months. It's all she can do to drag herself to bed at 9. She's not going to be moving anyone.
She went to town 2 days ago. Monroe's eyes met Esther's, and although she was grateful to him for standing in her corner, she figured her sisters were probably right. But before she could say anything, Monroe continued. I don't think she's going to be carrying any furniture. Not to mention, I don't think Aunt Bev is going to be moving any furniture here. It would just be clothes and personal items, correct?
That's right. And we'll have to figure out where we're putting her. She can share my room,
Esther said right away. It was either that or they cleared a bunch of stuff out of the spare bedroom.
That will work for a temporary solution. If I take this job, I'll be moving out, and she can have my room.
Candace's voice still had the commanding authority of the eldest.
I'll work on the spare room as I have time and energy, and who knows, it might be done in time.
Just a week ago, the idea wouldn't have even been feasible, but she'd been on her new supplements for almost a month, and she really was feeling somewhat better. Sounds completely doable to me.
I still think you're taking on too much. Esther's not going to be any help with physical things.
Meg's eyes went to Esther, begging her not to be offended.
Esther's great to talk to, and she's an encourager, and she'll give you great advice, but when it comes to moving a person or things, she's not going to be able to help.
I beg to differ. I can see her getting better. Every time I see her, she's got more color. Probably you guys don't notice because you see her every day, but she has more energy, and she might not be up to actually driving to Aunt Bev's house, but I bet she'll be up to riding with me.
I think you might be right,
Esther said, feeling hope fill her chest.
I could talk to Aunt Bev and maybe guide you, helping to sort out the things she needs to take and the ones she can let go. I'm sure that's going to be a difficult job for her.
Exactly. I can be muscle, but while I'm not exactly afraid of talking to old ladies, it's probably not my best area. Esther will make that easier. She could be mistaken, but she almost thought Monroe was making up jobs just to make her feel good. She didn't need him to be any nicer to her than he already had been. She didn't need to be thinking better thoughts about him than she already was. She was already half jealous of her sister for getting to spend so much time with him, upset that her sister didn't treat him better. If she wasn't careful, she'd be falling in love with Monroe, which was a bad idea when he was dating her sister, no matter how casual that dating was supposed to be.
Meg?
Candace said, her position in the middle of the room with her hands on her hips unchanged.
What is it, Candace?
Meg said, warily almost, because she, too, heard that note in her sister's tone that said she'd run into a problem.
Once Aunt Bev is here, who's going to be responsible for taking her to her appointments? Taking care of her? I mean, it's one thing to let her move into our house. It's another thing to provide 24 hours a day, 7 days a week care. I can do it,
Esther said.
You can barely take care of yourself,
Candace said, not unkindly.
Monroe is right. I've been feeling better. And Aunt Bev isn't an invalid. She'll probably need help going up and down the stairs. About that, I know you said you'd share your room, but maybe we should make a bedroom out of the small living room. She could have this living room. That would work, except everyone uses it to get to the stairs.
Meg bit her lip.
Aunt Bev might like the extra traffic. We could ask. I think she needs a room upstairs, but a space of her own down here,
Candace said firmly. Then she'll need supervision and help, Monroe pointed out.
And I know that me going to town was a great disaster.
Esther didn't flinch when she said that, and she appreciated Monroe's concerned gaze, the glint of humor in his eyes, and that little bit of a look that said he knew she could do it. It was great to feel like someone believed in her. Someone thought she could actually get better. She'd been giving up hope in herself. And if it were God's will for her to never have the energy she used to have again, she'd have to accept it. But she wanted to have the hope that she would. And until God was clear that his plan was for her to not, she would fight to get better.
But I think Monroe is right. I am getting better. I just tried to do too much too fast. I'll be more careful. And I think once I have another day or two to recover, and if I keep up with my supplements, I think I'll be able to do it.
She could feel herself getting stronger just at the thought. She knew her exhaustion wasn't all in her mind, that there were very real physical causes, even if the doctors couldn't find them. After having Lyme disease and then contracting mono on top of it as she recovered, it made sense that she would be tired. That's what the supplements were helping. But depression could also make a person exhausted, and depression was something she fought constantly against, just because it was so discouraging to be so tired. Then it's settled. Meg, you have a big job with the farm. Maybe I can come here after I'm done at the repair shop and give you a hand next week. At the very least, I can find someone who will help you out. Candace, you keep your appointments, and Esther and I will work on bringing Aunt Bev and her things to the farm. I'll have to check in with Elias and make sure it's okay for me to be gone from the store, but they might even be back by the time we go get her. Meg nodded slowly, and then she said,
I don't mind some help, but I don't want someone who's going to want to mess around more than he wants to work.
Monroe's lips pulled back, and a grin slowly emerged. I would never get you someone like that. I'll make sure that it's someone who, if they can't outwork you, can at least keep up. His words made Meg smile, and she nodded.
Speaking of work, she said, I'd better get out of here. I've got a lot of it waiting for me. I can come out and give you a hand. You don't mind, do you, Monroe?
Candace said, finally moving from her position in the middle of the floor toward the doorway from which Meg had just disappeared, and from where Monroe still stood. Monroe moved further into the room, coming toward the couch as Candace walked toward the doorway. Of course. Give Meg a hand. You girls are working yourselves too hard. We have the combines parked for the year, and the maintenance is almost done on them. When Elias comes back to the store, I'm giving you guys a hand.
I don't recall anyone asking you to do that,
Candace said, sounding slightly snobby to Esther's ears, which made Esther open her mouth to argue. But Monroe beat her to it. No one did. I just decided I was going to.
You can't do that. You can't just walk in here and think that you're going to take over. He is not, Candace. He's doing us a favor. Accept it graciously.
She knew she sounded just as stilted and snobby as her sister, but she didn't want Candace to belittle or decline Monroe's generous offer. Monroe gave her a glance, amusement in his eyes, before he looked back at Candace. Candace's glance did not hold amusement, but it softened as her sister stared at her. To Esther's surprise, the starch seemed to drain out of Candace's back.
You're right. It was a gracious offer, Monroe, and I appreciate it. I'm not sure that we can afford to pay you what you're worth, though. I suppose that's where my reluctance came from, more than anything. Certainly not from thinking that you wouldn't be a help. Because you would be.
I don't recall saying I expected payment. In fact, I think when someone pushes in the way I just did, it's expected that you don't pay them.
We couldn't possibly accept your help without payment.
Some of the fire was back in Candace's voice. I'm pretty sure you can. I'm pretty sure I'll insist on it. Monroe's voice softened even more. I've spent a lot of time here over the last few months and earlier this spring before I got busy with the harvest crew. Maybe I like hanging around here. Maybe, despite your grumpiness, I like you and your sisters. And maybe I want to help where I can. Let me. Esther closed her eyes as Candace and Monroe stared at each other. There didn't seem to be any tenderness and certainly no romance between them. But what Monroe was offering, to work without pay for a winter, certainly indicated that there was more than a little bit of something between them. That's just not something that a man did. Not without there being an ulterior motive, no matter how pure the ulterior motive might be. Esther swallowed hard and schooled her features before she opened her eyes. She could handle this. Sure, she thought her sister's not boyfriend, friend, was really great, and it probably wouldn't be hard for her to fall in love with him. But she wouldn't. She would just like him for a friend, and keep liking him for a friend. After all, someone like her, someone who could barely even get up off the couch, couldn't be a wife to a man like that. She knew he wanted his own farm eventually, and he'd need a wife who could work alongside him, pulling her weight, doing everything that needed to be done, not lying on the couch watching the world go by.
Okay, do what you want. I'm probably not going to be here anyway.
Monroe blinked but didn't look surprised, and Esther assumed that Candace had told him about the job. She hadn't been sure. Monroe had been coming around more since harvest season was over. Not every week, but a couple of times a month. And she had wondered what his reaction would be if Candace wasn't around anymore. She had to admit part of her would be sad to not see him anymore. So, that part of her was definitely excited about the idea that he would be working on the farm, regardless of whether Candace left for a job or not. But the smarter, saner part of her cautioned to not get too excited, because if Candace left, possibly Monroe would leave to follow her. Now, if you're satisfied, Candace, let me talk to Moxie here and make sure she and I are on the same page.
Take your time. I'm going to give Meg a hand. She does it by herself too often.
No rush. Sometimes Moxie falls asleep on me, but that just gives me a chance to snoop through your house." Esther giggled without meaning to, both his use of her nickname and also the idea of Monroe snooping through their house. That was laughable.
"Go right ahead. And don't take offense. Esther falls asleep on me, too."
Even though she hated that it was true, she couldn't argue with the truth. She couldn't even ask people not to say it just because it bothered her. If she didn't like it, she needed to change it or accept it, but not impose her will on everyone else, keeping them from offending her, like somehow she was more important than they were, that her opinion mattered more or her feelings mattered more than their feelings or opinion. Monroe grinned at her and pulled a chair over, sitting down beside the couch. "How about it, Moxie? You up for it?" Chapter 7. Monroe looked down at Moxie, knowing there was affection on his face and trying hard not to let it show more. She'd almost become a different person since early this year when he started coming around. Back then, he'd talked to her to cheer her up, being able to tell, quite easily, that she was depressed and bitter because she was the one who had gotten sick, the one who couldn't get out of bed, and frustrated because she couldn't help her sisters on the farm. She had been unused to being anything but active. Being bedridden had been a hard and huge adjustment for her. But every time he saw her, she had seemed to grow spiritually. He had to admire the fact that she faced what she'd been given in life and had determined to make the best of it.
"You believe in me so much it almost makes me feel like I can,"
she murmured, her eyes on her hands which were clasped across her stomach. "Of course you can. Look at you. You were in town a couple of days ago. At the grocery store, no less."
"I know, but you ended up practically carrying me out of there and hauling me home."
"You're looking at that backward, in a negative way. Remember, you've been trying to put a positive spin on things, and you've been doing an excellent job."
"I appreciate your coaching."
Her eyes dropped again.
"I guess I don't tell you nearly as much as I should how thankful I am for you. You didn't say a lot to me, but the comments that you made late last winter, they made me think. You changed my entire outlook."
"I think I'm getting a little bit too much credit for that. You were just open to the idea, the one that I planted. But it wasn't me that turned things around for you. It was you."
"It was God. And He used you to make me realize I was thinking about everything all wrong. Instead of thinking like everything was unfair and something I needed to endure until I could get through it, you challenged me to think of it as an opportunity for growth, an opportunity to help others, and most especially, the opportunity to show God's strength through my weakness. That's resonated with me through this whole thing."
Did I say all of that? He honestly couldn't remember. He did remember trying to cheer her up, trying to give her a little bit of the Bible that he learned himself. Being away from home all the time, sitting in trucks waiting on loads, sitting in combines waiting on parts, sitting in fields waiting for the rain to end, sitting in a camper waiting for things to dry out. He'd had plenty of time to read his own Bible and develop a closer walk with the Lord. A lot of times, guys on other crews would be watching TV, but his dad had never allowed them to have a TV in their camp. At one time, Monroe had thought that was a terrible thing and his dad was ridiculously old-fashioned. In hindsight, he was glad he hadn't wasted his life filling his brain with a bunch of junk. What good was knowing all the Hollywood celebrities? So what if he had lines from 100 different movies memorized? They weren't shows that helped him to be a better person. Come to think of it, He should thank his dad sometime.
Not in so many words. You just pointed me in the right direction. You asked questions that challenged me and made suggestions I hadn't thought of. I owe you.
You don't. I mean, I'm not going to say that I don't appreciate your gratitude. Makes me feel good. Like I've done something good with my life, you know? But as for owing me anything, you don't. Your transformation has been as inspiring as anything and has inspired me. After all, if you can have a good attitude from where you are, surely I can too.
That makes me feel a little less worthless.
You are anything but worthless. What's going on in your blog?
It's doing better than it has, ever. This is the best month so far. More traffic, more visitors, and that's going to equal more advertising. I'm almost excited about it, but sometimes I feel like a hypocrite too. I write things I know are true, but not necessarily things that I do myself. Things that I try to do, but not things I'm successful at.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But when I say that other people should do it, I feel like I should be doing it myself.
And you are for the most part.
I try to. You know, whenever you say something and immediately something happens that turns your words into a lie?
Yeah, like when you say, I've never gotten a speeding ticket in my life before, and the next time you get in the car, you get pulled over.
Kind of like that. Maybe not exactly like that.
Esther wrinkled her nose. Tell me you've never had a speeding ticket.
I've never had a speeding ticket.
Wow, I suppose you drive the speed limit all the time? She smiled a little, and he figured she was probably appreciative that he didn't mention that she couldn't drive or hadn't been. He knew her sisters and other people who visited, the few people that didn't constantly rub her face in what she couldn't do, but she was still sensitive to it. He could read it on her face when people said she couldn't help or she couldn't do something. Even if it was true, he hated to see the hurt. It hurt him to see her hurt, which was crazy.
Well, I don't want to sound like I'm super spiritual, but God is watching you even if the policemen aren't. So when you speed, you're not really getting away with anything because God knows you're breaking the law. And it's clear that he commands you to follow man's law, unless man's law interferes with God's law, which speed limits don't.
Ouch, Monroe said, convicted despite himself. She was absolutely right. And he couldn't name the number of times that he'd speeded, knowing there were no policemen around to catch him. That's convicting.
I never said I didn't speed. I just know it's not right. Not because I might get a speeding ticket, but because the law says not to, and God says to follow the law.
And I knew that too, but I've been conveniently shoving that aside, not paying attention, feeling like that's not as big a sin as something else is, like murdering someone.
Which is not a struggle for you, right?
She gave an exaggerated shiver.
Because I know right now I can't outrun you.
Maybe that's why I like to spend time with you so much. A captive audience. It fills my secret fantasy of doing great wickedness.
I'm thinking not,
she said dryly. Yeah, I don't dream about murder. I don't even dream about taking people captive. Although, maybe I could. He pretended to think about it.
Not buying that either,
she said, this time smiling for real, which he returned. So, do you really think you'll be able to help me with Aunt Bev? He held her eyes, watching for any sign that the conversation was distressing to her. But he didn't see anything. I knew you hated feeling helpless, and I'm not expecting you to jump out of bed and do everything you might normally have done a year ago or more. But I do think you're getting better. I wasn't joking about that.
I could tell you were serious, and I knew when you were talking that you were right. I've been feeling stronger. My limbs don't feel like dead weights anymore. Even if I'm still tired, I'm not exhausted tired."
She laughed a little.
"I guess that's a long way of saying yes. I think I'll be able to help you. You probably can't believe it, but I'm actually looking forward to it. Which I suppose you know is the first time in a long time that I've actually looked forward to something, thinking I could actually do it."
Her last words were said softly, and they tugged at his heart. "Hey," he said, putting his hand over top of hers. He didn't usually touch her. In fact, he'd never touched her, other than maybe brushing her fingers as he handed her a smoothie. Of course, he'd helped her in the grocery store. But the desire to comfort her had made him move without even thinking about it. He thought it was a mistake, as her eyes widened and she didn't look at him, but rather stared at their hands like a scaly lizard poked out of her stomach where they rested. But then her face softened, and she almost smiled, like she liked what she saw. He did. He liked what he felt, too. He had held other hands, but putting his hand over top of hers felt right in a way that he couldn't quite put into words. She held her body stiff, though, and he figured he knew what her problem was. He wanted to reassure her, to let her know that Candace and he had an agreement, but by letting Esther know, he would be betraying the secret he'd promised Candace he would keep. He and Candace were going to need to have a chat. Their agreement had been fine as long as he hadn't been interested in anyone. But his growing feelings for Esther meant that if he was going to be able to be honest with himself and with her, he and Candace needed to part ways. Her hand slipped out from under his, and he resisted the urge to squeeze it, to not let her take it, to open his mouth and explain, but he didn't. She pushed her hair back from her face, acting like that was why she had moved her hand, but her words belied the gesture. "You and Candace make such a cute couple, and you're perfect for each other. I just love seeing you guys together." Her words sounded sincere. He bit his tongue. Maybe she truly meant that. He hadn't known her to lie. But maybe she was trying to convince herself of that. To say things she knew to be true and believed, but didn't feel. That seemed kind of complicated, something he wouldn't consider except for his experiences with Candace. "I admire her. She's the kind of person who gets things done." "She is. She kept us together when we lost our parents, and she's always been the driving force behind the farm. I don't think she loves it as much as we do, but she knows what needs to be done, and she doesn't hesitate to make sure that everybody is pulling their weight." "I agree. She doesn't seem to be quite as tied to the farm as you and Meg." "Love, not tied." "I know. I love it, too. Not necessarily your farm, but farming in general. There's a pride there, a good feeling. It helps with the low pay grade." She laughed. "I don't think anyone's ever in it for the pay." She bit her lip, and he figured he knew what was coming. "I don't want to see her get hurt. I don't want to do anything myself that would hurt her." He nodded. I agree with that. I don't want to see any of you three get hurt. You have treated me like family since the moment I stepped in the door. I feel a certain loyalty and definitely protection for you. All three of you." He knew he shouldn't be singling her out, not when he was supposed to be with Candace. "And we all appreciate it. I know we like to think that we can stand on our own 2 feet, but I've found out over this last year that's a myth, and it's only by the grace of God and His hand that we're able to do what we do. Definitely help from other people has been appreciated,
That's something else I've learned from this. That God gives and God takes away, and sometimes we just need to let go and trust and accept the help He sends, as much as it might not be what we had planned for our lives.
When we get saved, our plans are supposed to be pushed aside, and we surrender to His.
That's so much easier said than done.
Agree. It's a simple concept, and the idea of dying to self, taking up your cross daily and following Christ, are easy words to say, and it's easy to picture too. But our wills are so strong, and our selfish nature so eager to take over.
Boy, don't I know it.
She sighed heavily. But then, as though she didn't want to allow that negativity to stand, she said,
I had Meg sign me up for the cookie auction. Maybe that's wishful thinking, that I might actually have the energy to not only get up and bake cookies, but go to the auction. But it's always so much fun.
I've been hearing about that around town. I figure I'll be there. Before he could say he'd bid on her cookies, she said,
I'm sure Candace will appreciate that. Even if she accepts this new job, she'll come back for the cookie auction. She'll love knowing that you're there to bid on her cookies.
Yeah, he said, and did not say anything more. Tonight, he needed to talk to Candace tonight.
I've attended the cookie auction plenty of times, but I've never entered any cookies myself. I guess the idea of having someone bid on them and then having to eat with them is a little intimidating. But maybe that's something else I've learned this year, and that's to not be afraid to take risks. After all, I might not get the chance again. So what if it's someone I don't know or someone I'd prefer to not eat with? Maybe I'll find out I like them after all.
Maybe you will. He sounded a little morose, but he could hardly help it. If he didn't get things squared away with Candace, he might have to sit through watching Esther eat with someone else, and she might end up with a new boyfriend out of the deal. At the very least, someone who would pick her up and take her out. She definitely was the kind of girl a man would be proud to be with. His phone buzzed in his pocket, and he almost ignored it. He had never been more tempted to break a confidence in his life before, but he wanted to tell Esther what was going on with Candace and him, wanted her to know where his true affections lay, but he just couldn't.
Was that your phone?
Esther asked, her brows crinkled, her eyes scanning the room as though wondering where she had left her own phone. Your phone's right there on the coffee table. It's underneath your notebook. But yeah, that was mine. He pulled it out of his pocket and saw that Candace had sent him a text. It's Candace. She says she hated to cancel at the last minute, but there's a water line at the barn that's broken, and they need to get it fixed. He wasn't disappointed. He liked Candace, liked going out with her, but she wasn't the woman he wanted to be spending his time with. I think I could go help them.
Good idea. I'm sure they'll appreciate it. I think I'm going to get up and try to make supper.
He stopped in the act of putting his phone back in his pocket. He didn't want to be overprotective, and he didn't want to remind her of her weaknesses, but she had passed out on the floor before. He didn't want that to happen again. So, at the risk of being bossy, he pulled her phone out from underneath her notebook and handed it to her. Would you keep this, please? Make sure you text me if you're in the kitchen and you're feeling dizzy. Whatever we're getting into out there, it won't be anything that somebody can't leave and go back in here and check on you. And you are an important part of this family. Not to mention, I care about you. There, that wasn't terrible. It wouldn't be construed as him cheating on Candace, but it was the truth. She smiled, appreciating his care. No trace of hurt or bitterness crossing her face.
Thanks. I will. Honestly, though, I just have this feeling that I can do it. It's been getting stronger, and I'm excited because I think I really am getting better.
He stood, putting the chair back where he'd gotten it and looking around the living room. If you don't mind, I'll wait until you stand up. And I just realized you guys don't have a tree up yet. I might have to help with that, too.
If you don't stop, you're going to be doing more around this place than anyone else. It'll be like you live here.
Maybe someday. He could hardly say that, though. I'm just helping out, being a good neighbor, in return for great company and good food, and inspiration in my spiritual life as well, which is probably the most important thing.
Depends on where you're getting it, she said, and how closely it lines up with the Bible.
You know exactly where I'm getting it from. Just watching you has been inspiring, but you know I read your blog too. Her eyes widened, and she looked almost panicked. It surprised her, but it was true. Does that bother you? He didn't want it to. He enjoyed reading what she had to say. She was entertaining and funny, but she also managed to impart spiritual truths in a way that inspired him to want to be better.
No, I just didn't know. I appreciate your support.
It's not just support, though maybe it started out that way. I enjoy it. I look forward to it. And tomorrow is the day, so you know I've marked the day.
You're right. I do have one scheduled to publish for tomorrow, and I'm surprised that you know.
Of course I know. I told you, I'm looking forward to it. She'd managed to get to a sitting position and rested on the edge of the couch while they talked. Now she stood up.
I'm good.
She raised the phone he'd handed to her.
I promise I will call if I feel dizzy or woozy.
Can't beat that. And maybe you can give your Aunt Bev a call and set something up for us next week.
I'll get started on that as well,
she said, nodding. They walked out to the kitchen together. Then he put his coat and hat and gloves on and headed out to the barn, leaving her alone in the kitchen. He knew she'd probably be fine, but there was a bit of worry in his mind. Worry, along with all of the thoughts that he couldn't seem to get out of his head that swirled around Esther. He supposed that's the way a person felt when they were infatuated with someone. They couldn't stop thinking about them. Whether or not he'd get a chance to say something to Candace tonight, since they weren't going to be going out anymore, he wasn't sure, but he needed to do it soon. It wasn't fair to Candace for him to be infatuated with someone else when he was supposed to be there for her. He wished he would have never agreed, but it was too late to go back and change that. Although he'd been doing it long enough, he didn't feel bad about asking to be let out. And surely, although she hadn't said anything lately, surely the reason for it was gone. He needed to check. Chapter 8. The wind blew down Main Street, shaking the decorations that had been securely attached to light poles and blowing snow which swirled in angry little tornadoes before whipping the rest of the way down the sidewalk. Monroe didn't do too much Christmas shopping, but he usually got his sister something, and his stepmom. Maybe when his brothers got married, he'd have more on his hands, but he never worried too much about them, which made his Christmas shopping easy, and he was finished. The only other thing he wanted to do in town was get a haircut. He almost changed his mind when he pulled the door of the barber shop open and saw Sean Barclay in the chair and two other old men sitting in the waiting area. He didn't want to have to wait for an hour just to get his hair cut. Normally, he might have let it grow over the winter, which kept him warmer, along with the beard that he allowed to grow as well. But he wasn't entirely sure how Esther felt about shaggy-haired men, and considering that whatever he did with his hair, he wanted her to like it. It was more important than him staying warm. He laughed at himself. It was certainly true that men became fools over women. Even though intellectually he knew he wasn't being reasonable, he didn't really care and continued into the barber shop, allowing the door to close behind him, shutting out the wicked wind.
"Hey there, Monroe,"
Drake said, his shears poised above Sean's head.
"Go ahead and have a seat. Pete and Al are just hanging out here. You're next."
The two older gentlemen gave slight nods at the mention of their names.
"Business gets slow this time of year, with everyone growing their hair out to stay warm,"
Drake muttered under his breath.
"If you're trying to talk me into getting a haircut, you're wasting your breath,"
Pete said from the corner where he was reading a magazine. Or pretending to, Monroe thought to himself as he took a chair. It didn't seem like Pete's eyes were moving at all, and the magazine seemed more like a prop.
"Hey, Sean."
Monroe nodded at the man in the chair as he jerked his head almost imperceptibly, conscious of the sharp shears so close to him.
"Hey, man,"
Sean said.
"I'm surprised to see you. Thought you'd be in South Africa with your brothers."
"I decided not to go this year."
"He's courting,"
Albert said, pulling a handkerchief out of his back pocket before blowing his nose. Sean's lips twitched, and Monroe wanted to deny it, but he wanted to be courting. Just not the girl who everyone presumed he would court.
"That's why he's in here for a haircut,"
Pete said, shaking his magazine, apparently so no one forgot about it. He couldn't deny that either, and at his silence, Drake snickered. "You get your news here first, folks. When Monroe goes courting, he gets his hair cut."
"I'd be careful with that Candace. She's pretty controlling. You want a girl who's a little more malleable. That one needs a ring in her nose."
Albert shoved his handkerchief back in his pocket. Monroe didn't think that Albert totally meant that.
"You're a fine one to talk about it. Your Karen's not exactly a shrinking violet."
Pete's words were a little snide.
"It's a good thing she's not. She does a great job of organizing the cookie auction every year. We need someone who isn't afraid to step up and get things done. I don't see either of you two guys making any effort, so I think we ought to be grateful to Karen."
Sean spoke without moving his head. Monroe hadn't talked to Sean a whole lot since Sean was fairly new to the area. New being relative, and in Sean's case meaning a year or two. But he was married to Bridget, who Monroe knew and respected. Not to mention the Emerson brothers seemed to think a lot of them as well. At his statement, Monroe's estimation of him went up several notches.
"The cookie auction brings the whole town together at Christmas time. I know my sister always looks forward to it, and I have to admit I've had some pretty good cookies there myself."
In addition to there being an auction, there were always cookies for sale. Monroe never actually won an auction. He'd only tried half-heartedly for his sister's cookies, and one of his brothers had always beaten him. He'd bid on his stepmother once, just to give his dad a hard time, but never expecting to win.
"I think your opinion is biased. You're obviously going into the cookie auction assuming you're going to win that Candace's girl's cookies."
Pete shook his magazine and turned a page, never looking down at it.
"Maybe she'll burn them,"
Albert muttered.
"You probably won't care. When a man's in love, he doesn't usually make a lot of sense."
Drake's voice held laughter.
"You ought to know, Sean. You married Bridget despite the curse. I can't believe I'm still cutting your hair. I thought for sure I'd be fixing it for your funeral by now."
"You stick around another half-century or so, and I'll let you fix my hair for my funeral." Most of the humor had drained out of Sean's voice, and irritation had taken its place. Monroe had heard about the so-called curse on Bridget's farm, or on Bridget, he wasn't sure which, but it was something the entire town of Prairie Rose had whispered about at times.
"You're not going to make it that long.
I'll give you until next Christmas. Pete, cheerful as always, muttered again. Man, if I'd have realized how depressing it was going to be in here, I'd have taken clippers to my hair myself. Monroe seriously thought about getting up and walking out. Don't let them bother you. Albert's brother's sick, and he's worried about him. I told him I'd pray for him, but that doesn't necessarily mean he'll get well. It just means maybe he'll have peace with whatever decision the Lord decides to make. If God were good, people wouldn't die. Albert's voice held anger and also fear. I guess I don't understand where that idea comes from. That's just your opinion, isn't it? Sean asked, and his voice sounded gentle. It is, but it's an opinion that makes sense. How so? Did you create anything? What do you mean? I have myself. Did you make you? Most of it. I mean, of course I was born to my mom, but everything that happened to me in my life is because I worked for it. So you gave yourself good health? I didn't drink or smoke. Neither did Esther, but that didn't keep him from being sick. And if God were good, that wouldn't have happened. That's not your call to make. Who are you to decide what's good? Monroe broke into the argument, coming down on Sean's side, which didn't exactly surprise Monroe that they'd be on the same side. This is just common sense. Everyone knows that sickness is bad, death is bad, and health and life are good. No one needs to explain it. Albert sounded exasperated. Maybe that looks good to our eyes, but we don't know everything, Sean said. We don't have to. It's obvious. What if there's something better than this life? What if to die in this life is to go on to something so wonderful that if you have the choice to come back, you would choose not to? That means that death really isn't a bad thing. It's actually good. We just can't see it because we lack the ability to look that far. Kind of like if I walk down the street, I can't see the Pacific Ocean. It's there, and I know it, but I can't see it. There's no guarantee that death is better. God says there is. For a Christian, anyway. There's definitely heaven after you die, and it's much better than life on earth. Drake turned the chair so that Sean was facing him as he started the other side, and Sean said, Everything that happens to us for our good, but everything that happens isn't necessarily good. But it happens at God's discretion, and the reason that it happens is because man chose to sin. When Adam took the fruit and ate it, sin was allowed into the world. Up until that point, there was no death or dying of disease or anything bad. But then man chose to sin despite the fact that God had told him not to eat of the fruit of the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because God knew what would happen. But as usual, man didn't listen. Albert was quiet for a bit, contemplating, and Monroe could tell he was chewing on what Sean had said. Monroe was quiet as well. It's basically what he and Esther had been talking about, that her sickness had been for a reason, and that good had come out of it. Her spiritual growth, for one. The blog she started, for another. Monroe was maybe jumping the gun on this, but if Esther hadn't been sick, he wouldn't have spent so much time with her, wouldn't have started to admire her and to like her. In his eyes, that was something good coming out of it. He could only hope that maybe she felt the same, but he wouldn't know until he got things straightened out with Candace. And that wasn't happening this week since she was training in Fort Dodge. You guys never make any sense, Albert said. The fact of the matter is, if God were good, bad things wouldn't happen. Monroe took a breath. Sometimes the things that were settled in his mind were settled there just because he believed. He had a hard time explaining them. But since Albert was obviously upset, he figured he ought to make an effort to try. If I own an apple orchard, the trees are mine, right? He said, thinking as he went, trying to make sure his example was sound. Of course, I don't see what apple trees have to do with anything, though, Albert said gruffly. It has everything to do with everything, Sean said, humor in his voice, and his eyes met Monroe's as though he knew exactly where Monroe was going with it. Well, maybe it's not the best example, but if those trees are mine, I can do anything I want to with them, can't I? Sure, Albert shrugged his shoulders. So, in the winter, I'm going to prune them. I'm going to take away some of the old branches, ones that aren't bearing any fruit, and even take away some good branches, ones that are bearing fruit, because I know pruning will make that tree a better producer. Yeah? Pruning is cutting the tree. It's taking off a part. At first, it doesn't appear to be doing any good to the tree. After all, you're taking something away, causing pain, hurting it, wounding it. But we do this because we know that it will benefit the tree in the long run, even if the tree can't see the benefits immediately. Understanding dawned in Albert's eyes as he nodded his head. Maybe that's stretching the example a little bit, but continuing with the apple tree example, you have funguses and bugs and other things that get on the apple trees and hurt or kill them. The reason we have those things is because of the fallen world, because of sin. It's because of the curse. Someday, when the curse is lifted, there won't be sin anymore, and there won't be bugs or funguses or things that kill trees. But in the meantime, that's just the natural way of life. Everything dies. Physical bodies only, because the soul never dies. We don't have a choice about that, but we do have a choice about where our soul spends eternity. That's the choice we get to make here. And then what we do here, the lives we live, determines how we spend eternity. You sound like my Sunday school teacher when I was about knee-high to a grasshopper. A lot of things in the world have changed since you were knee-high to a grasshopper, Monroe said, trying not to laugh. But God doesn't change. The same things that were true back when you were a kid are true now. It's us that change. It's us that starts to think we're smarter than God, or we don't even need Him and we know better than He does. We want to do different things to justify our sin and think God is outdated. Well, I was listening so hard to you guys, I managed to cut this side a little shorter than I cut that other side. You want me to fix it or you want me just to let it go? Drake said, flinging Sean's chair around so he could look in the mirror. It's fine. It's not the first time I walked out of here with a lopsided haircut. That last time was your fault. You charged me for a full cut. No, I didn't. You paid for a full cut, but I only charged you for the half I cut. Well, I kind of stomped off, angry, so I figured I owed you. I'll only charge you half today, since it is a little lopsided. Bridget kind of likes the lopsided look on me. Plus, last time she fixed it. She's a little more gentle than you are. Not to mention better to look at. Drake had taken the cape off of Sean, and Sean vaulted himself out of the chair. He looked at Monroe. All yours, man. Monroe stood. Thanks for warming the seat up for me. On a day like today, I appreciate it. Not a problem. I guess I'll see if I can go help set up the cookie auction. That's if Al lets Karen keep planning it and doesn't try to take charge. Sean glanced at Al, who looked abashed, but then he returned Sean's grin. There were no hard feelings. Monroe shook his head at life in a small town. He wouldn't mind getting to know Sean a little better. Sounded like a guy that had a good bit of wisdom and enough of a sense of humor to make him worth talking to. A guy like that could probably give him some pretty good advice about what he should do in this situation. Break his confidence to Candace, or hold off on Esther until Candace finally got things resolved in her life. If I'm being honest with myself, he thought as he settled into the barber's chair, I'm leaning toward the first. Chapter 9. To her delight, When Monroe showed up at the door to take her with him to Aunt Bev's house, Esther was having the best day she'd had since she attempted to go to town. The weather had cooperated too, with clear skies and clear roads, even if the temperatures were cold. Even the wind wasn't blowing nearly as hard as it often did this time of year. Inside the truck, it was warm and even cozy. When she got in, Monroe had Christmas music streaming softly through the radio, not loud enough to impede conversation, but enough to create a comfortable Christmas ambiance. They chattered easily, as they often did, as he pulled out. They never had a problem talking to each other, and Esther told Monroe that Candace had made it to her job training, having decided to take the job, and was enjoying it so far. Honestly, she was surprised that he'd forgotten. She was even more surprised that he didn't seem more upset about it. It gave her pause. If that's how much he cared about his almost girlfriend, maybe he wasn't the catch that she thought he was. That really wasn't her area to judge, and he seemed perfect in every other way. "I hardly ever hear about Aunt Bev. I didn't realize you guys were so close." Monroe's comment took her by surprise, as she had been thinking about something else during a lull in the conversation.
I guess we're not really that close. She helped us out some after our parents died, and we grew up with her daughters, who were really nice, and we used to be close. But they all kind of scattered after they graduated from high school, and we lost touch.
"They're probably on social media."
That's not the same, and who has time for that?
They laughed again, having already talked about that, and agreeing that people made time for what was important to them. If a person said they didn't have time, they were basically saying it just wasn't something that was a priority. Social media fell in that category for both of them.
"Turn left here,"
Esther said, indicating the next street. Monroe turned as she directed and then followed her directions, pulling up to a stop in front of Aunt Bev's house. Esther took a couple of deep breaths. The ride had tired her more than she thought it would, even though she'd been up walking around the house for the last couple of days and felt pretty good. "If this is going to be too much for you, you can either lie down in the back seat of the truck or just sit here. You don't have to come in. And, if necessary, I'll even take you home. Now that I know how to get here, I can come back."
"It takes too much time. I'm not going to make you drive me home just to drive back."
He had shut the pickup off, but he put his hand back on the start button. "I will." She believed him. He wasn't just threatening or saying that to make her feel good. He was serious. Not only did he care about her, he would do whatever it took to take care of her. How could she not love that?
"Stop being so perfect,"
she said, affection and irritation mixed in her voice. He grunted a little, but his eyes didn't waver from hers. "I'm serious."
"I know. That's what the problem is."
She snapped her mouth shut. She could hardly explain to him that the nicer he was to her, the harder it was for her to keep from falling in love with her sister's almost boyfriend. Yeah, that was definitely something she couldn't share with him. His brows drew down in confusion, and he opened his mouth, but she pretended she didn't see it and reached for her door latch, yanking it open and saying a silent prayer that she had the energy to get through this. Behind her, Monroe scrambled to get out, hurrying around and making it in time to hold out his hand as she finished getting out of his pickup. She took it, even though she shouldn't, knowing as she did how it felt when he had put his hand on hers when she'd been lying on the couch. She pulled it back as soon as she was out, pretending to fix her hair, although she hadn't fooled anyone. She just couldn't. Not when he was dating her sister. Not when she didn't know how he felt about Candace or how Candace felt about him.
Why don't you ask?
Maybe she would. On the way home. Or maybe she'd approach Candace first. She supposed it would be all she could do to keep her head up on the way home. At least, they weren't bringing Aunt Bev home today. If things went well, they'd be coming back in a couple of days to get the rest of her stuff, along with her. Tucking her hair behind her ear, she looked around at the familiar neighborhood. She hadn't been here a whole lot over her lifetime, but she'd been around some. Aunt Bev lived in a nice, quiet area of Lingleston, and her neighbors had felt like close friends and family. If Monroe was upset that she pulled her hand away, or if he noticed her aversion to holding his, he didn't say anything, walking beside her up the walk. He rapped on the door, and Aunt Bev opened it just a few seconds later, as though she had been waiting for them.
I saw you pulling up out the front window. It takes me a while to get to the door anymore, so I started as soon as you pulled up.
Aunt Bev looked the same as she always had, with her brownish-orange dyed hair and heavily applied makeup. Esther even thought she recognized the dress she wore. It was a house dress type of outfit, one that looked extremely comfortable, along with bedroom slippers. Esther immediately felt like she was a kid again, safe and well-loved. Aunt Bev had always seemed wise and kind, and had never gotten impatient with them.
Give your aunt a hug,
she said, opening her arms and inviting Esther to step forward into her embrace. Esther wasn't sure why she was fighting back tears, but she was. Maybe it was just the tiredness and the struggle and how hard and difficult the last year had been. Or maybe it was just the idea that nothing lasted forever, and that Aunt Bev, someone who had seemed so strong throughout her childhood, was no longer able to live on her own and take care of herself. She hadn't given any of that much thought, but somehow, holding on to her aunt brought tears to her eyes, which she blinked back before pulling away and smiling.
It's so good to see you. We shouldn't let so much time go by without visiting. Time flies, slips away and is gone before we know it,
Aunt Bev said before her eyes moved to Monroe, who had shut the door behind him.
And who is this strapping young man? This is a friend of Candace's, who has graciously agreed to help us.
I think I'm your friend, too, Monroe said, stopping Esther in the middle of her introduction.
Of course he is. I'm sorry, this is my friend, Monroe. Well, hello, Esther's friend, Monroe, Aunt Bev said, opening her arms again, and after Monroe's eyes opened a little, indicating his surprise, he leaned forward, embracing the older lady. Grammy!
A voice came from somewhere upstairs before footsteps sounded down the long hall, and then came pounding down the stairs, slowing as they got closer, until finally a little girl with dark hair pulled up in pigtails stopped at the bottom of the stairs, one hand on the banister, her dark eyes open wide, staring at people in the home.
Patty, this is Aunt Esther, and Esther's friend, Monroe.
Despite the awkwardness of the situation, Aunt Bev put a humorous emphasis on Esther's friend. Esther looked at the little girl, wondering where she'd come from. In all of the things they talked about, she'd never heard a little girl mentioned. But the little girl was very familiar with Aunt Bev's house. Maybe she was a neighbor girl who visited a lot. Maybe Aunt Bev watched her for her parents, although it wasn't something that Esther had heard about.
Go over and say hello, Patty, and then you run along and play because I need to talk to Miss Esther and Mr. Monroe.
Patty stepped down the last step a lot slower than she'd come down the rest of them and walked over slowly, almost reluctantly. She swallowed hard before she said,
Hi, Aunt Esther.
She looked at Monroe, but Esther guessed she couldn't remember his name because she just nodded at him.
Can I go?
She asked, looking back at Aunt Bev. Aunt Bev nodded, and the little girl tore back up the stairs.
I'm sorry. I'm a coward because I didn't explain her to you guys before.
Aunt Bev had lowered her voice so that Patty couldn't hear, although she was upstairs, and the odds for being able to hear anything were low.
I was afraid you all wouldn't let me come if you knew my granddaughter was living with me. Of course you can still come. I'm sure I'm speaking for my sisters and definitely for myself.
Esther panted a little, feeling drained from just walking from the truck into the house. And then the surprise of little Patty on top of everything made her feel like she needed to sit down. Monroe shifted a little, his hand coming out and landing on the small of her back. As weak as she felt, it didn't even occur to her to think about her sister, and she leaned a little into his strength.
Oh, I forgot you haven't been well. Come in and sit down.
Aunt Bev put her hand around Esther's waist, and using her cane with the other hand, they walked slowly into the living room, where Esther sank gratefully onto the sofa. She was just tired, not completely exhausted, and she would be fine if she had a little bit of time to recover. She hoped.
Can I get you guys something to drink?
Aunt Bev asked, looking concerned.
Give me some time, and I'll grab myself a glass of water. You sit down. We didn't come here for you to wait on us.
Chapter 10. Monroe started walking toward the opposite doorway, through which they could see a refrigerator. I'll grab some water. I think what Aunt Bev has to say is probably best said to you anyway.
It's fine. It's not exactly a secret, although I would prefer that Patty not know, just in case it changes anything. I don't want her hurt. No, of course not. She's just a child.
Esther tried to remember how old her cousin's children were.
Is that Rochelle's child?
She asked, thinking that she should have kept up with her family better. But they'd been so busy on the farm, and her cousins had gotten scattered all over the country.
It is, and she's 5. She didn't start kindergarten this year, but she will next. And that's why you don't want to go to a home. Exactly. With my health problems, and now that Lenore, my neighbor, isn't going to be able to help us anymore, I know I can't do it on my own. I see.
Esther did see, and she understood why Aunt Bev hadn't said anything. Although it wouldn't have changed anything, her sisters would still want her to come to their house, and they would welcome Patty with open arms.
I know that Candace and Meg will be excited about Patty, although I don't think we told you about Candace. She's accepted a job in Fort Dodge, and she won't be with us much longer anyway, just this weekend, and then she's living up there. Oh, I didn't know. No, it's just a recent thing. I didn't know she wanted to leave the farm. I don't think she did, but you know it's hard to make a living on a farm, and I think she feels like she would be doing us a favor even though we wouldn't have her help anymore. She'll be making more money, and I'm guessing she plans to send some of it back. She hasn't said for sure.
Candace had been very tight-lipped about her plans for the job, and pretty much everything. Esther wasn't sure whether that was because she wanted to protect Esther, because of Esther's health problems, or because Candace didn't want to talk about it. Either way, Esther respected it, even if she would prefer to know what was going on. There was no law that said that Candace had to tell them.
I hope I'm not creating hardship by asking to move in.
Aunt Bev's face tightened, and concern was etched across her forehead.
No, not at all. Another mouth to feed isn't a problem at all, and taking you to your appointments isn't an issue either. There's just always work to be done and always bills to pay. That's life.
Esther tried to be as reassuring as possible without being dishonest. There truly wouldn't be a hardship bringing more people into the house. Candace wasn't leaving because feeding 3 people was too hard.
I suppose I ought to admit, though, that Candace hasn't told anyone exactly what she's thinking. So I'm guessing because I don't really know. I know how that is. Sometimes the heart holds a lot of secrets.
Aunt Bev leaned a little closer.
Maybe some of hers have to do with Monroe? I don't think so. They claim to just be friends. All that despite the fact that they've been dating for almost a year. Sporadically, but still. I see.
Aunt Bev stared at the cushion on the couch for just a moment, as though she were thinking. Then she shook her head a little and relaxed back into her chair.
You look so much better to me than you did earlier this spring when I saw you. I think you truly are getting better.
Compassion seemed to flow from her.
It's been a long, hard year for you. It has. But Monroe and I were just talking about what a good year it's been in a lot of ways. I've become a better person than I used to be. I don't know if I'll ever physically be the same person I was, but I know spiritually I'll never go back to what I was. I feel like my relationship with the Lord has gotten a lot deeper and definitely sweeter. That's so true. Sometimes you get to be my age, and you look back on your younger self, and you wish that you had known the things that you know now for the different decisions that you'd make, the things you could change. But then you would never learn the things that you did.
Aunt Bev sighed and sat back a little, adjusting her cane.
You would save yourself a lot of grief, but maybe you'd end up with more, just because you need those trials to grow you. That's exactly right.
Aunt Bev, I should have asked if you wanted water too, Monroe said as he stepped back into the room, a glass of water in his hand.
No, I'm fine. I was nervous before you came and didn't eat because I knew I should have confessed about Patty. Patty is no problem. She'll liven up our house, and she'll love going out and helping with the barn work,
Esther insisted. Well, good. I'm glad we have that settled. Monroe gave Esther an assessing glance and seemed to think she needed him to hurry because he said, Go ahead and tell me what I can start moving first. Then I'll make some trips out to the truck. You guys can sit there and chat. I know Esther probably won't insist on it, but it would be a good idea for her to lie down.
Please do, Esther. I don't want this trip to set you back. I want to see you again later this week when it's time for you to take us to Prairie Rose.
She hated to lie down, hated to admit that weakness. But they were right, and a little rest would be wise. Not just for today, but it would keep her from being completely wiped out and unable to function tomorrow. She adjusted herself on the couch while Aunt Bev gave instructions to Monroe, telling him which boxes she had packed upstairs and what he should do with them. Esther smiled to herself. Aunt Bev might be older, but she was still completely organized, and she had all of her wits about her. It would be fun having her at their house. Nice having an older lady that she could talk to, someone who would give her good advice. Maybe she could talk to Aunt Bev about her situation. As soon as she thought about that, she nixed the idea. She would talk directly to Monroe and also to Candace. Then, depending on what she got from them, she might need to talk to Aunt Bev about her broken heart. Hopefully, things hadn't gotten that far. Although, it was hard for her not to follow Monroe with her eyes, admiring his confidence, kindness, and consideration. While she chatted with Aunt Bev, Monroe made several trips up and down the stairs, and his voice drifted into the room. Patty's higher voice also reached them, and Esther smiled with her eyes closed. It seemed like Monroe had won Patty over as well, which didn't surprise her at all. He seemed like the kind of person who would be good with children. It took about an hour before he came back into the living room. "I've got everything loaded up that you had packed, and I still have a little bit of room. Is there anything else?"
I don't think so, although I hate to see you all go. I've been having such a good time chatting with Esther, and we love listening to you and Patty talk.
I put her to work. That's why it didn't take very long. She's a good little worker. You've trained her well.
She's a hard worker. I don't know what I would do without her. She's my best helper.
Esther turned her head, and from where she lay on the couch she could see Patty's pleased smile. It made her smile to see the little girl so happy. It also warmed her heart to know that Monroe had taken the time to include her. Typically, when one worked with children, especially young children, it made the jobs harder, not easier. Most people didn't have the patience to include kids in their work, instead shoving them off to watch TV or to play. But that was how children learned, by working with adults from the time they were little. Esther thought about her own parents and how they'd allowed her sisters and her to follow them out to the barn, doing what they were capable of doing and pushing them for just a little more. They learned to love it. Not just because they got to spend time with their parents, but because their parents had modeled an enjoyment of their work and a pride, too. Her parents had never tried to convince her and her sisters that children were just supposed to play and get out of the way. She appreciated that, apparently, that was how Monroe felt as well. It was the best way to raise children. But what if she couldn't work? What kind of example would she be to children? Maybe it was best that Monroe was with Candace. It would take quite a man for her to be inspired to want to be with anyone else, and maybe that was what the Lord intended with all of this getting closer to Monroe. She'd know exactly what she wanted, wouldn't be able to find it, and would end up alone for the rest of her life. Which was a good thing, since lying around on the couch doing nothing wasn't exactly a good example, and it definitely wouldn't be teaching children how to work. Even though she was pretty sure her reasoning was sound, it made her sad. She had wanted to be a good mom, had often thought about the things that her parents had done and how she would do things the same or differently. Now maybe it was better that she never became a mom. "You must be pretty out of it since I asked you if you're ready to go twice and you haven't answered me." Monroe's voice came from right beside her ear. His hand landed on top of hers, which were clasped over her stomach. She didn't even try to pull her hands away because it startled her.
"Would you believe I wasn't sleeping? I was just thinking. Apparently that takes a lot of energy and concentration now."
She could hear the bitterness in her voice as she said it. She'd worked so hard to get that bitterness out, but just now, she'd allowed her brain to go down the self-pity trail, where she wasn't getting everything she wanted, wasn't getting even a fraction of the things she had expected out of her life, and she felt sorry for herself. The expression on Monroe's face said that he heard the bitterness and knew where she had been going, but he didn't offer any rebuke, and there was no censorship on his face. She took a breath, and then another one, and gathered herself. Somehow, the ride home looked so much harder than it had when she arrived. She could do it. Taking one more breath, she sat up. Chapter 11. Monroe helped Esther out to his truck, wishing he could do more for her. She'd worked so hard, and he admired how she tried to pull herself out of despondency and despair, how she'd worked to think positively and turn everything she had gone through into something good. He got her settled in the truck and didn't say anything until he was back out on the highway, headed toward home. "Did your Aunt Bev say something that upset you?" he asked, telling himself that he wasn't butting into her business, but knowing that he was. Her eyes popped open, and she leaned her head over, her expression weary and also wary. "No?" "You just sounded a little upset before we left. And you seem a little more tired, maybe discouraged than you were. Does Patty coming upset you?"
"No,"
Esther said immediately, but her eyes closed and her head turned back forward. "But there is something?" There was silence for a bit, and he figured he'd let it go if she didn't want to talk about it. Although he'd let things go for a long time with his sister, Catherine, until she finally said that when you ask people questions, it shows that you care about them. She also said there was a fine line between caring about someone and being annoying, but he figured he had a bit of leeway with Esther, considering they had a pretty good friendship. At least from his end. Maybe she didn't think so. "Esther, if you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But I'm asking because I care about you." There, he just flat out told her. That way she knew he wasn't deliberately trying to pry, but he was asking out of his concern and because of their friendship. Maybe he was asking because there was more. At least for him.
"I guess I was just thinking about how good you are with Patty. It made me smile. I loved that you included her."
"She was a sweetheart. She wanted to help. She was eager to do whatever I wanted her to. How could I turn her down?" All of that was true, and Patty had kind of made him think that maybe he'd want his own children. He hadn't been around kids too much, hadn't thought about them. Although Catherine had been a lot younger, and she'd been a fun kid to play with when they were around, which hadn't been often, since his dad had the boys out on the harvest crew from early in the spring until late fall. A gust of wind shook the pickup and blew snow over the windshield, creating a whiteout for just a few seconds. He kept his eyes on the road, watching for black ice.
"You could have sent her away. Lots of adults do."
"And it upset you that I didn't?"
"No, the opposite. I love that you didn't. But I guess it kind of got me thinking about having children, and how I'd always wanted to work with them, like my parents did with us. They taught us that work was fun, and we learned to enjoy working. I don't recall ever not wanting to go out to the barn and work. It was a special time with my parents first, but it was also fun. I just loved it. I mean, isn't that something you can teach kids?"
"I think so. I guess sometimes my dad worked us pretty hard, and sometimes I got frustrated and thought when I got old enough to quit, I would. Then I'd get a job where I start at 9 and get off at 5, and that's it. But yeah, maybe it was more of a pride in my work, feeling that I was doing something good, not just for my family, but for my country. I love that. I get in the combine in the morning and I'm excited about my job. Even if it is the same old thing every single day, it's something worthwhile. I'm doing something for the good of everyone in my country, you know?"
"Yeah, I guess our feelings about work are a little different, but we're still inspired to do it. Inspired because it helps people. How do you teach that to a child?"
"I think that's what you said. I suppose it's what I was doing with Patty, but honestly, I hadn't even thought about it that way. But that doesn't really explain why you're upset." Her fingers tightened in her lap, and she seemed tense as well as completely exhausted. Hopefully, today hadn't been too much for her, like the day she went into town and then lay on the couch for the next 2 days, barely able to get up.
"Yeah, I guess that doesn't explain anything, except it got me to thinking that I'm not a very good example for any children. All I do is sit around on the couch, and it was discouraging.
There aren't really any kids around to see you, so you're upset that Patty is going to come and see you?
No. I guess in the back of my head, I've always wanted children of my own, and I'm not a good example for kids right now. Maybe I never will be. Maybe that's why...
Why what?
Nothing. I guess God just might not have kids for me in his plan. I suppose that I'll need to accept that and do what I did with the blog. Find something to do to fill that emptiness.
It hurt his heart that there was more that she might have to give up, more that she had to compensate for, more sorrow and sadness for her. I guess your words made me see it one way, but then I see what you did with the last trial God gave you. You became such a more beautiful person because of it. Even though the idea of you hurting because you can't have children, assuming that you won't have children, hurts me, I know that you'll make something beautiful out of it. I know you will. He said that last bit with finality because he knew it to be true. She might get upset, even bitter, discouraged, but she wasn't going to live that way. She'd already proved that.
Can I change the subject?
She asked. Sure.
I feel like I'm really prying because I'm not asking because I care. I'm just asking because I'm curious, and you don't have to answer.
Okay. I'm curious now, too. She laughed a little. Then she sobered.
You and Candace, you show up, you guys go out, but you don't call her. I never hear about you texting her. I never hear her talking about you. And when you and I are together, you never say anything about her. Yet, if I'm not mistaken, you guys are planning on going to the cookie auction together. It just feels odd, and I'm curious. Can you tell me what's going on?
Lord, do I tell her? He felt like his loyalty was to Esther. Even though he was technically dating Candace, he was not interested in her except as a friend. But his feelings for Esther were completely different, and he wanted to show loyalty to her. But he'd given his word. He couldn't go back on it. That would be wrong. I need to talk to Candace. I don't want to stonewall you, and I wish I could say more than what I'm going to. Really, I do. He glanced at her, and her face looked peaceful, although maybe she was just digesting his words. He didn't think that meant she was offended, exactly, but maybe it meant she understood he was giving his loyalty to Candace instead of her. He hated that. She didn't say anything, though, and after waiting for a few more seconds, he spoke again. I said from the beginning that Candace and I were just friends. That's the truth. It's true we dated. We've gone out together. But that's really all there is. I've never kissed her. He hoped that wasn't admitting too much. He supposed it was kind of odd to be dating someone but never have kissed them. Although he knew there were people who did that. Religious people, mostly, who didn't kiss their future spouse at all until the preacher said to. While he may think that was good in theory, it definitely wasn't typical in practice, and he wouldn't even try to pass that as the honest truth, because it wasn't. Her head had turned at his last words, and she seemed to be looking at him, studying him, trying to figure out if what he said was true.
I believe you, but that just leaves me with more questions.
I need to talk to Candace. I made some promises, and it's been a struggle right now to keep them. Because I want to be honest with you and open, and I want you to know what's going on. more than I want to honor what I said to Candace. But a man is only as good as his word. If I can't honor what I said, do what I said.
No, I wouldn't want you to go back on your word. You're right to keep it.
She didn't say anything more, but he could almost hear her saying, even if it hurt. Seemed like she'd been through so much, had to deal with so much. He didn't want to be that person, that extra thing, that was causing even more pain in her life. But it seemed he was. He vowed to himself that he would talk to Candace at the cookie auction. He would make sure they talked. He had to. He couldn't keep going like this, where he was dating one sister, to the appearance of the rest of the world anyway, but falling in love with another. He thought, too, she might be falling in love with him, but since he couldn't say anything, he couldn't be sure. Still, the deal with Candace had to be fixed first. Regardless, next week this time, hopefully all of this would be behind them, and they could move forward from there. But first, he had to get through this weekend.
Candace said she was coming back on Friday. We were going to trim the tree since we haven't done it yet, and I'm sure Candace and Meg would love it if you could come.
You mean you're sure Candace and Meg would love it if I could be the muscle and manhandle the tree?
Yeah, I think I would like that too.
Really? He tilted his head at her, tempted to make a comment that would give more of himself away, so he pressed his lips closed.
Really, you're like part of the family.
Another burst of snow obscured the road for a moment, and he didn't speak again until he could see. That's good to hear, especially since my family seems to be scattered, all except my dad and stepmom, out of the States. I think my stepmom wants to get to know Catherine better, and I'm glad about that.
Me too. I think she could really use a friend. I know the few times I've talked to her over the years, she kept her chin up, but the idea that her family wasn't around was hurtful. Maybe she felt neglected.
Yeah, definitely looking back on that now, my dad did a lot of things right with the boys and me, but he really did a disservice to Catherine. I think it's because she looked so much like Mom.
Your mom was beautiful then,
Esther said softly. You remind me a lot of her. She was funny, but soft. Not soft in a physical sense, but her voice was soft. I don't recall her ever raising it, and you could depend on her. She was a workhorse underneath her exterior, and you couldn't slow her down. She was determined, too, in her soft way.
That doesn't sound like me at all, especially the workhorse part. More like a snail or a slug.
That's not the slightest bit true. If you were a snail or a slug, when you were stuck in bed, you would have turned the TV on and spent your days watching mindless entertainment. You wouldn't have tried to figure out what you could do, not just as a creative outlet, but growing it until you made money with it. And I see you. I've seen days where you struggle to even get your computer and set it on your lap, where doing that makes you out of breath. Work can be relative. When just getting your computer out and putting it in your lap exhausts you, that's working just as hard as someone else who might work for 6 or 8 hours and is exhausted. Make sense? He sounded defensive. His words were a little faster than what he wanted them to be, maybe a little harsher, but he knew he was right, and he was tired of her feeling bad. He had said that about his mom, not just because it was true, but because he wanted to encourage her. She deserved it.
I guess I can see what you're saying, even if I don't feel like I deserve that comparison, because you obviously loved your mother very much.
I did, but I guess I'm painting her with rose-colored glasses because she eventually walked out on my dad. I was comparing you to her good qualities, but I think you have a steadfastness, a determination that she didn't have.
It couldn't have been easy to be married to someone who traveled the country 9 months out of 12, who ate and slept his business.
That's true. I didn't mean to sound like I was blaming all of their problems on her. I'm sure Dad had just as much to do with it.
My parents loved each other. They loved us. And I guess watching you with Patty reminded me of them. Both of them, and the way they treated us girls when we were little.
What happened to them? If she was surprised that he and Candace had never talked about them, she didn't let on. She already knew that there was something a little off about what he was doing with Candace, and he appreciated her not pressing for more details.
On their 22nd anniversary, Dad surprised Mom with a trip to Alaska. They were doing some sightseeing in a small plane. It crashed.
Oh, that's tough.
It was. I can't believe you didn't hear about it. The whole town came out for their funeral, and everyone helped us. They helped us with the barn work so we could grieve. Although, honestly, going out and doing our regular work was almost therapeutic. But we got a lot of casseroles.
Small towns and their casseroles.
Yeah, but they definitely made a hard time a lot easier.
I can only imagine. I guess that must have happened in the summer. That's probably why I didn't hear about it. We were gone for months on end. It took Dad years of being in business before he was able to secure any work around home. When you first start, you take what's available, which is usually the stuff that's hard to do and the stuff for people who don't pay fast. If you can survive that, you work more as other harvesters retire, and you get what they did.
Yeah, it was July. I guess that makes sense that you didn't know. I suppose the talk would have died down by fall, but it's possible that you guys went to South Africa. I know you spent several winters there.
Yeah, that's true. Never occurred to me to ask. He didn't add, ask Candace, but he meant that. He hadn't cared enough about her to even think about it. Not that he didn't like her as a friend and care about her as a friend, but he wanted to know everything about Esther. Their conversation had tired Esther, and after 10 minutes of no talking, her head tilted to the side and she started breathing deeply and evenly. Monroe turned the Christmas music up just a bit, content. Chapter 12. Esther walked into the community center building, both hands under her plate of cookies, feeling as good as she had since before she'd gotten sick. She'd been concerned that she'd overdone it when she'd gone with Monroe to Aunt Bev's, but Monroe had been very careful to make sure she rested, and maybe sleeping on the way home had something to do with it too, but she felt good the next day. Surprisingly. Even today, with baking cookies, she didn't feel bad. Of course, baking cookies was all she had done all day. That, and then she'd taken a long afternoon nap, and now she was here at the cookie auction. Monroe had come yesterday, and they had set the tree up. Candace had stayed in Fort Dodge, saying she had something she needed to finish up, and Meg had taken on the barn work. Monroe had some things he needed to finish up for his family, and then he said he was going to start helping on the farm the next week after he got Aunt Bev settled in on Monday. On one hand, Esther was excited about that. She loved seeing Monroe, talking to him, and the idea that he'd be on the farm all day was one she looked forward to. But at the same time, she wasn't quite sure what was going on with Candace and him, and his explanation in the pickup hadn't been clear. Maybe after tonight, she'd know. The lights were bright, the room warm and filled with happy, smiling people. A Christmas tree, with the angel on top touching the ceiling, was set up in one corner with lots of gifts strewn around the bottom, and the stage was decorated with tinsel and greenery. Festive tablecloths lined the tables, which were set up in rows, and a big table on the opposite corner from the tree held plates of cookies. Esther almost didn't bring any because she really wasn't interested in eating with someone who wasn't Monroe. But she had determined that as her energy would allow, she would get back into the community swing of things, and she was going to keep that vow. The smell of a ham dinner filled the room as Josie McDonald glanced up from her clipboard, recognized her face, and checked her name off the list as someone who had paid for a ticket. She smiled and greeted her, then directed Candace and her to the table where they were to put their plates of cookies.
"And you didn't make any, Meg?"
Josie said, lifting her brows at Meg's empty hands.
"Not this year."
Meg didn't say anything more, but her words made a little pang of guilt seep through Esther. Maybe if Meg wasn't so tired from doing all the farm work by herself, she would have had more energy to make cookies, although both Candace and Esther had offered to make them for her. And Esther had vowed to herself that if she was feeling this good next week, she would be out helping. Although, with Monroe coming, her help was hardly needed anymore. Figures she'd get better just in time to not be needed. She pushed the thought away. It was negative thinking, and she wasn't going to go there. Not ever again. It was a terrible place to be. People wanted to stop and talk to her, and she moved slowly to the table. Some of the same people she hadn't seen for a long time and barely recognized.
"Esther!"
a lady's voice said, familiar and beloved, and Esther turned to see Miss Matilda reaching out to take the plate of cookies from her.
"It's so good to see you. I'm so glad you were able to make it. Did you bake these yourself?"
Esther allowed a proud smile to cross her face. Miss Matilda was one of the few people from town who had visited her regularly, at least once every 2 weeks and usually more often. She knew exactly how bad Esther had been, and she had been gracious and sweet, and every time she visited, she brought food, which had been a blessing.
"I did. Can you believe it?"
"I can. The Lord answers prayers, and I've been praying for you. I'm so glad you're up and moving around and able to get out."
"Me too,"
Esther said, meaning it with all her heart.
"I'll set these on the table for you, and you go ahead and find yourself a chair. Not to rain on your parade, but you don't want to overdo it."
"It looks like they're gathering people to go over and stand while their cookies are being sold."
"You just take yourself a chair over there. Don't you worry about what people say. They all know you've been sick."
Miss Matilda patted her with one hand while she held the cookie plate carefully with the other before she walked toward the table. While she'd been talking to Miss Matilda, she'd lost Candace and Monroe. Meg was standing in a group of people, their laughter and talking adding to the general joviality of the room. It had been so long since she'd been out with people. While she was happy, Esther felt woozy. The lights were so bright, there were so many people, so many things to see, she could hardly stand it. In fact, all of a sudden, she felt like she couldn't. Thankfully, she was standing beside an exit, and she pushed through the door, out into the cold night. Feeling like she needed to sit down immediately, she wasn't sure she could make it to the truck, but then her eyes landed on the little white church that sat just 20 feet away at the edge of the parking lot. It was the old church. A new building at the edge of town had replaced it, and from somewhere in the depths of her mind, Esther seemed to remember that they kept the old church unlocked. She sure hoped so. Unlocked and heated. Focusing all of her energy on putting one foot in front of another, she willed herself to make it to the church, go up the 3 steps, and walk through the doors. Thankfully, they were unlocked. Although the electricity had not been shut off, she didn't try to find the light. It had been years since she had been in this church, But she'd grown up here, and she knew the light switch was the old-fashioned kind where a button was pushed instead of a switch flicked. She couldn't remember where they were, though, since how many times did a person turn the lights on and off in a church anyway? Her family had been there every Sunday of her childhood, and she could only recall turning the lights on and off a couple of times. Funny the things that bothered her mind, but at least she had been able to make it to the pew without collapsing. Sinking down into the back row, she prayed her shoes weren't making a mess on the floor as she lay down on the hardwood bench, promising herself she would just take a little rest before she'd go back over to the community center. Chapter 13. Monroe looked around once more, trying not to be obvious about the fact that he was looking for Esther, even though he was here with someone else. But he hadn't seen her for quite some time. At first, he wasn't super worried since she hadn't been out in public for almost a year, unless one counted the grocery store debacle. So people were probably pretty eager to talk to her and ask her how she was doing, which he was sure would tire her out, and he wished he could be beside her and shield her from some of that. There were rows set up in front of the stage where the auction was taking place, and Candace had settled into one, chatting with a few of her friends from high school. Candace also sent furtive glances around, but he wasn't sure whether she was looking for her sister or someone else. He stood to the side of the chairs, way off to the side of the microphone where the auctioneer was conducting the auction. Since they'd been some of the last to arrive, their cookies were being auctioned last as well, and neither Candace's nor Esther's had gone. They were among the 5 plates left on the table. They all looked the same to him, although there were bows on several. He couldn't remember if Esther had put a bow on hers or not. As each plate went up, he met Candace's gaze, and she shook her head no. Finally, though, the 4th from last, when he looked at her, she was staring at him, and she nodded. He jerked his chin to show her that he understood, and then he started bidding. He hadn't expected to have too much competition, and most of the plates were going for between $10 and $20. But every time he bid, there was a voice, not from the group near where he was standing, but from behind him, who raised it, to the amusement of the other men who were still standing in the group, all 2 of them. Monroe didn't want to be obvious, turning around to see who was bidding against him, but he was definitely curious. It might have to do with the agreement that Candace and he had, and this was the closest he'd come to finding out exactly who Candace had been talking about. He was in the middle of bidding and had gone to $50 when he noticed that Esther had slid into the chair beside her sister. Her cheeks were red, like she'd been outside, and he wondered if it was because she was talking to someone or if she had needed to escape for a while. He hoped if she needed a break, she'd gotten a little bit of a rest. He wanted to go over and talk to her, but every time he thought he had won the bid, the man behind him bid again. He was up to $90. He kept his face stoic, although he was tempted to laugh. After all, he didn't even want the plate of cookies he was bidding on, and as much as he liked Candace, she wasn't the girl he wanted to be with. It was going to be a very expensive plate of cookies. They went past 100, 120, and 150. Finally, he nodded his head at 175 when the entire building was hushed and listening, and the other man dropped out. There was a silence after Monroe bid, and then there were footsteps, and Monroe braced himself to be attacked from behind for some odd reason. But then a door slammed, and silence reigned in the hall. "Sold!" Boyd Stearns said as he slammed the gavel down on his podium, the crack reverberating throughout the building. Applause erupted as Monroe walked up to the desk to pay and collect his cookies. People were still clapping as he turned and found Candace waiting for him at the bottom of the stairs. She was looking at him like he'd invented the internet, and he assumed this was one of those times where he had a part to play, because of their agreement. He smiled at her and put his arm around her shoulder, drawing her to him but cringing inside. If Esther was still in her seat, she wouldn't understand. But hopefully, after tonight, he'd be able to talk to Candace, and then he could explain everything to Esther. Another round of applause erupted as Candace and he found seats at the table where bowls of ham and mashed potatoes steamed beside bowls of green bean casserole and sweet potatoes.
I am so sorry about that. I didn't realize that would happen. I'll pay you back for the cookies.
Don't worry about it. It was part of what we said we would do, he said as he leaned down into her ear, not wanting the people around them to hear him. Her eyes were relieved as she looked up, and her gratitude was stamped all over her face. He wasn't used to Candace looking anything but completely in control, and he figured whatever was going on, he was happy to have played a part in helping her. That's what friends were for. The gavel banged, and he glanced up to see the next plate of cookies sold and a man walking up to pay. It was hard to see through the heads of the people sitting at the table, and then the man to his side, a farmer he'd known all his life, asked him a question about harvesting, and he turned his head to talk. He had wanted to see who bought Esther's cookies, but he was deep in conversation, and while he heard the gavel bang one more time, he missed the last time, and he wasn't even sure which time Esther's had been sold. Even looking casually around, he didn't see her sitting with anyone, so she must have been at the table behind him. He tried to focus. This was the last night with Candace, and his character demanded that he pay attention to the girl he was with, no matter how much his heart was being pulled in the opposite direction. Later, as they got ready to leave, he said to Candace, "I see Meg is waiting by the door. Where's Esther?"
She sent me a text a while ago saying that she had a ride home, and we didn't have to worry about her when it was time to go.
His brows drew down immediately, and his eyes snapped back to Candace's face. Someone else took her home? He supposed it shouldn't have surprised him. No doubt she was tired and worn out long before the evening was over. Candace shrugged.
Apparently.
Her eyes couldn't seem to settle on him, but she looked around, as she seemed to have been doing all evening, and he assumed it was just because she was wondering what was going on with the man who had been bidding for her cookies. Maybe she was afraid he would come back. Monroe had been very aware of that, keeping his own guard up and knowing that it was his responsibility to make sure that nothing happened to Candace.
Hey, guys,
Meg said as she walked up and stood between them, looking from one face to the other.
I'm going to help Miss Matilda some because she's putting gift baskets together for some of the people who couldn't be here, with the cookies that were donated. One of the Emerson brothers is going to drive me home, but it will be late. Don't wait up.
She waited just a second more to see their nods before she hurried over to where Miss Matilda stood at the door. Monroe watched as she walked out with Miss Matilda. Being a part of a family of 3 sisters was exhausting, trying to keep up with them and protect them all. Or maybe it was just exhausting because Esther wasn't beside him. That was most likely it. Still, this new development with Meg was exactly what he needed. He would have the entire ride home to talk to Candace and get things straightened out between them. "Are you ready?" he asked, looking back down at her.
I am, thanks,
she said, smiling a little as he helped her with her coat. They walked out together, the snow crunching under their feet and indicating just how cold it was. They didn't talk as he opened his truck door, and she got in, and he closed it carefully behind her. He got in and got the truck on the highway before he said, "Do you want to tell me what that was all about tonight?"
No, I'm sorry, but I don't.
I figured. He tried to organize his thoughts in his brain, what they had said and what he wanted to say to her. When we first started this, we said it was only going to last a couple of months.
I know. I've taken advantage of you longer than I should have.
She had asked him for a casual dating relationship, not because she wanted to make someone jealous, but because she had told someone that she had a boyfriend, and while that person was fine with it, his friend didn't believe her. It seemed like a complicated situation to Monroe, but in his experience, women were complicated. So it stood to reason that her situation would be complicated as well. You haven't taken advantage of me. I've enjoyed our time together. I've enjoyed being able to come to the farm.
You've enjoyed getting to know Esther.
He didn't see any point in denying it. That obvious? She didn't exactly laugh, but there was humor in her voice when she said,
It is.
He wanted to ask whether Candace thought that he had a chance with her, but he hadn't talked to Esther about Candace, so it would definitely not be right to talk to Candace about Esther, especially when his loyalty was with Esther. He wanted to know everything he could and to see if he could go charging in or if he had some courting to do first. Or maybe he'd lost his chance. After all, she'd gone home with someone else. At that thought, he couldn't wait to get out of town and get to the farm. He wanted to see her, wanted to know that she hadn't found someone and fallen in love. The thought made his blood turn colder than the snow outside. Chapter 14. Preston Emerson stood at the side of the building, his arms crossed over his chest, watching the auction wind down. He hadn't intended to watch. He was not going to bid. But like watching a car accident, he hadn't been able to look away. He had noticed Carmen's husband hadn't attended. She was here by herself with her 4 children. She and the MacCartney sisters and a couple of other people were the only ones left. Some part of him just couldn't walk away without making sure that her basket sold. After all, her husband wasn't here to bid on it for her.
That doesn't give you the right to bid.
He knew that. That's why he wasn't planning on bidding. But she had no protection, no one to take care of her, especially since her husband was a deadbeat. Preston wasn't going to step in, wasn't going to do anything that would even come close to being wrong. He definitely was not going to talk to her. But he was going to make sure her cookies sold. Candace MacCartney stood on the platform beside her cookies as the auction went on. The man who had walked in with her, Monroe, ended up paying almost $200 for a plate of cookies. Preston shook his head. He supposed that's what love did to a man. Although Monroe didn't look like a man who was in love. They walked off, leaving the other sister, Esther, the one who had been sick for so long, sitting by herself a couple of rows back from Carmen and her children. There weren't a whole lot of bidders left to bid on the 2 plates. None except him, in fact. And as Preston stared at the back of Esther's head, a thought rolled through his mind. Is this the one for me, Lord? No answer stirred in his chest or in his heart or mind. He'd known Esther since they were both small, and he liked her just fine. Nice girl, but not someone he had ever been interested in. This thought shifted as he watched Esther's eyes follow Monroe as he walked with her sister along the row of chairs and back toward the tables that were set up and almost full. He almost laughed. It sure looked like Esther might be pining over her sister's boyfriend, which was almost as sad as the way Preston was fighting to not pine over Carmen. Coveting another man's wife was a sin. And he didn't believe he coveted. He was pretty sure that he knew Carmen wasn't his, and he wasn't trying to get her, wasn't even angling to talk to her. But the Bible wasn't super clear on what a man could do for a woman whose husband neglected her. There were lines he couldn't cross, but he wasn't sure where exactly they lay. It looked like Esther might be struggling with the same thing. That made the idea of a relationship between Esther and him more interesting. They both understood that they were both turning their backs on what they really wanted and settling. That sounded like a terrible way to start a relationship, and while Preston wouldn't call himself a relationship expert, he knew at least that much. Still, maybe there was something he could do. The plate of cookies the auctioneer was picking up must have been Carmen's, since her children started bending over and talking excitedly amongst themselves. Preston almost smiled. Maybe they were planning on buying her cookies, and he wouldn't have to try to find someone to bid against. But when the bidding opened, it stalled at $1. Maybe the talking the kids had been doing had been them checking to see if any of them had brought any money. Apparently not. Maybe they didn't have any to bring. Carmen's husband wasn't exactly known as a hard worker, although she was. But it was expensive to raise children, and from the rumors he'd heard around town, one of her children had been offered a trip to Europe because of their studies and the grades they had gotten. Possibly she was saving up money for that. He hadn't heard anything else, which wasn't surprising since he truly did try to mind his own business and stay away from Carmen. Tonight, he hadn't been able to get away from noticing that she was alone, since she walked in at the same time he did. They hadn't said anything to each other, and he'd walked away rather than stand at the door and hang his coat up with her and her children. "I have $1. Do I have 2? Who will give me 2? Anyone going to bid another $1 on this plate of cookies? Second to last plate. If you haven't gotten one, better bid now." The auctioneer looked a little desperate. No one else's plate of cookies had gone for less. As the auctioneer's eyes scanned the building again, Preston stared straight at him, waiting for the auctioneer to meet his gaze. As soon as he did, Preston gave a slight nod. The relief on the auctioneer's face was almost humorous, and he grabbed onto it immediately. "I have 2. Who will give me 3? He asked a few more times while Preston's gaze scanned the crowd, looking for his brother Braxton. Braxton was his eldest brother and was used to issuing orders and being obeyed, but he also didn't say much, and he wouldn't question Preston about wanting to bid on the cookies. Thankfully, he was able to meet Braxton's eyes and give a jerk of his head toward the auctioneer. That was all the direction it took for Braxton to raise his hand when the auctioneer's eyes swept the room again. Even though he was sitting back at one of the tables, the auctioneer saw the raised hand and upped the bid again. When they got to 5, he raised the bid to 10, and they bid like that until they got to 45. By that time, Preston had walked up behind the seats of the 4 kids. Carmen was sitting down on the other side of them, and he slipped in, hoping she didn't see him. He bent down and put his mouth close to the ear of the kid on the end, dropping 3 20s into his lap. "Bid up to 60, and you'll win your mom's cookies," he said softly before turning around and walking away, finding his brother's eyes in the crowd and nodding again as Braxton bid 55. As the auctioneer had accepted that bid and moved to 60, Preston shook his head. Braxton jerked his and turned back to his wife, who, from the look on her face, was wondering what in the world was going on. Preston almost slipped out the door, but a lady tapped him on the shoulder and he turned around, seeing Judy Culpetzer, the woman who had taught him Sunday school when he was in the toddler class. She had been old then. To him, she looked exactly the same now as she had 30 years ago.
"Preston Emerson, you're not leaving this building without eating, are you?"
"No, ma'am, I wouldn't even think of it," Preston said, flinching a little because the words weren't entirely true. He actually had been thinking of leaving. Although, technically, he had eaten because he'd been in the back helping his brother Elias slice the ham, It was just possible that he might have sampled the ham, for purely quality control purposes, to make sure that it was suitable for everyone else to eat. That would be the only reason. Mrs. Culpetzer's brows furrowed, and he felt like he was back in her Sunday school classroom, trying to get away with saying he wasn't eating crayons despite the flecks of green and blue all around his mouth. He resisted the urge to wipe his lips just in case, but barely.
Why don't you turn yourself right around and head back over to those tables? Or better yet, there's still a plate of cookies to be bought. Why don't you get yourself up there and buy that last plate? Esther deserves to have a good man, just like you deserve a good woman. In fact, now that I think about it, I think you two might belong together.
Mrs. Culpetzer didn't realize it, but her words only confirmed Preston's earlier thoughts that Esther and he were not compatible at all, only because Mrs. Culpetzer had somewhat of a reputation for being a terrible matchmaker. In fact, all the longtime residents of Prairie Rose had a running joke that none of Mrs. Culpetzer's matches had ever amounted to anything. Not one. And she had tried an awful lot over her lifetime. 1 out of about 400 was a pretty low statistic. You've just convinced me about something I was thinking on earlier. I appreciate you helping me gain clarity. The old lady beamed, and Preston didn't feel a bit bad about making her feel good. He did feel a little bit bad at deceiving her, even if he hadn't outright lied. But still, Mrs. Culpetzer was a nice lady, and he liked to see her smile. Not to mention, he had an excuse to walk away from her since the auction for the last plate had started. The auctioneer had already asked 4 times for a bid beyond $1. No takers. Carmen and her kids had gone up and paid for their basket and were walking back to the tables on the other side of the building, and Preston didn't look at them again. His heart softened as he watched the shoulders of the last person sitting in the chair slump. Esther was all alone, and there were no bidders. He didn't know Monroe very well, but at this point, he didn't like him very much. Surely the guy had an inkling that Esther had a crush on him, and surely he could have at least found someone who would buy her basket. After all, he had been with her and her sister before he bid on her sister's basket. He supposed men weren't exactly known for their abilities to be considerate or thoughtful, and he also figured that probably applied to him, as much as he hoped that it didn't. He tried to make sure that it didn't, anyway. Still, a person couldn't be perfect, so he tried to give Monroe the benefit of the doubt and worked to catch the auctioneer's eye. Maybe he was too slow, or maybe the auctioneer assumed he wasn't going to be interested since he had already bid on Carmen's basket. Whatever it was, it seemed to take an awful long time for the auctioneer's gaze to meet his. So long, in fact, that the auctioneer had the gavel poised ready to hit the podium and end the bidding at $1. If anyone had even bid that $1. Finally, the auctioneer looked at him as the hammer was coming down, and Preston said, "I bid $50. The auctioneer blinked, glanced at Esther, who had straightened in her seat but didn't turn around, then slammed the gavel down, calling out, "Sold!" Esther stood, shakily it seemed like, which reminded Preston that she'd been sick, and as she turned, her face was white and pinched, although there was relief and gratitude in her eyes.
"Preston,"
she said, and the relief came through in her tone. "Your cookies look really good."
"You could have gotten them for $49 less if you had any sense at all."
Her voice held humor, not censure. "They'll taste better if I pay more for them."
"Maybe they'll need it. It's been a while since I made cookies."
"I'm sure they'll be delicious. How about you sit down and let me pay, and then we'll go somewhere? Looks like you need a rest."
"I feel like I do, too."
It didn't take long for him to pay and bring the cookies back, and Esther hadn't moved from the seat where she'd settled as he walked away. "Do you want me to sit down here with you?" he asked, thinking that she didn't really look like she was well enough to walk anywhere, let alone for them to go back and sit down and eat with all the people there. But he didn't want to be the one to tell her what to do.
"It's up to you. I'm tired, but I'm stuck here until Monroe and Candace are ready to go since I came with them."
"I can take you home if you want me to," he said, thinking that might have been what she was saying, that she wanted to go home, and he didn't mind. In fact, he kind of felt like leaving himself. Part of him didn't want to take the easy way out, which is what that would be, since it would be easier not to steal glances at Carmen if he wasn't still in the building with her.
"Would you mind?"
Esther's eyes perked up, then she slumped again.
"Never mind. I don't want you to have to leave on my behalf."
"No, really. I was just thinking I would like to leave, but I didn't want to do it since I bought your cookies and I'm supposed to eat with you, which I don't mind at all." He added the last sentence as an afterthought because he didn't want her to get the impression that he didn't want to eat with her. That wasn't why he wanted to leave at all. But he also didn't want to have to explain why he did want to leave.
"Well then, it sounds good. Like both of us are ready to go. Maybe that's why you bought the cookies."
"Maybe," he said, thinking that maybe Ms. Culpetzer was a matchmaker after all, just not the kind that she thought she was. Not a romance matchmaker, just teaming people up in a temporary way when they needed it. Still, he hated to give her credit for it because it would ruin her perfect negative score, so he quit thinking about that and helped Esther to her feet.
"I'm sorry. I've been doing so much better at home, but this is the first time I've been out in a big crowd in a long time, and it's just too much with everything else."
"You don't have to explain it to me. I'm out in big crowds all the time, and I'm healthy as a horse, and I still get dizzy and hot sometimes. I guess I'm just not a big crowd kind of guy."
"I've never been a big crowd person either. That's a good point, and it makes me feel a little better. Thanks."
She looked up at him, smiling a bit, as they walked slowly toward the door. The meal was in full swing, and it didn't seem like too many people noticed when they grabbed their coats and headed for the door. Preston didn't look back. Chapter 15. Monroe walked down Main Street toward Miss Matilda's house. Meg had joined the group of ladies who had gone to Miss Matilda's place to put cookie trays together with the cookies that had been donated. It was late, almost midnight, and Monroe figured they had to be close to being done. He wouldn't go to bed until he had taken Meg out to the farm. He'd already made a trip out to the farm to drop Candace off. He wanted to talk to Esther, since he and Candace had had an interesting conversation on the way home. Basically, he was off the hook, and she apologized for not being more considerate and holding him to what he said he would do far longer than their initial agreement had indicated. They hadn't actually put a timeline on it, but neither of them had expected it to drag on for almost a year. Part of him wanted to help Candace any way he could, because after tonight, and seeing how upset she had been with the man who was bidding along with him, he knew whatever had happened wasn't over. But he wasn't going to jeopardize anything he might have with Esther in order to help Candace. Esther came first. He couldn't wait to talk to her. Of course, he didn't want to rush anything with her. Tonight had been hard for her, physically. Not only did she go home early, but normally she would have waited up for the family to get home. She often waited for Candace and him to get back from their dates. He always liked that the sisters took care of each other. Because of the late hour, he was surprised to see a man walking down the sidewalk toward him. As he went under a streetlight, Monroe recognized Preston Emerson. "You must be waiting for someone, too," Preston said before they quite met each other. "Meg, and I suppose that answers the question of what you might be doing out this late at night on Main Street when your farm is 20 minutes outside of town." "Same," Preston chuckled. "The things we do for the ladies." "Willingly, since there will be a lot of happy people who get cookie trays because of them, and if they do it, then I don't have to." Preston laughed again and nodded his head. "Did you take Candace home?" he asked, surprising Monroe, who couldn't figure out why in the world Preston would want to know about Candace. Was he the one who'd bid against Monroe? Was he the one she was trying to avoid? "I did." Maybe because of Preston's question, which had stirred a sense of distrust in him, he didn't say anything else. "I was just wondering if you'd seen Esther." Preston seemed to be scrutinizing his reaction, which again struck Monroe as odd, but in a different way. "She was in bed when I got home. I had Candace go check to be sure because she texted Candace and said she had a ride home. We weren't sure with whom. I took her home." Monroe's stomach dipped. Preston was single and very available. Great guy. He would make any woman a solid husband. And he had been there for Esther when Monroe had not. "How was she?" Monroe couldn't stop himself from asking. Normally, it wouldn't be a question he would talk about with anyone else. But it was Esther, and he was concerned. "Tired. Quiet." Preston hesitated, and then he added, "Sad." "Sad?" Monroe couldn't keep the surprise out of his voice. "Yeah, I guess." His voice trailed off, and he seemed to be thinking. Maybe about how much he wanted to talk about. "Well, her cookies were last, and there weren't any bidders. I had been distracted, but I managed to notice before the gavel fell without a single bid on her plate. I think it would be hard for anyone to sit there alone and feel unwanted. But after what Esther has gone through the last year, I think it was especially bad. I think she had some hopes, but the person she wanted to notice her didn't." Monroe bit his tongue. He wanted to ask. He decided he was going to. "Do you know who that was?" "I know who she was looking at, but I don't think it's my prerogative to say. I think she wouldn't appreciate it, and I would feel like I were betraying a confidence, even though I made no promises." Monroe's estimation of Preston went up, but that didn't make him any less agitated. He lifted his cowboy hat and ran a hand through his hair. The scrape of his fingers across his scalp didn't soothe any of his scattered feelings, but it gave his hands something to do. "I know the MacCartney sisters have been busy, and now with their aunt visiting, along with her granddaughter, they're even more so. But, not to put my nose into business where it doesn't belong, but I feel like I need to say something to someone. Esther could use some help, someone to take care of her. I know, it's a complicated situation, but I'm hoping I can be that person starting tomorrow." "I thought you were dating her sister." Preston's brows drew down and his eyes narrowed. The look on his face was not friendly. Monroe didn't take offense. On the contrary, he appreciated Preston's defense of Esther. "It's a long story, but she and I were always just friends. Tonight, we agreed to continue to be friends, with no more dates." He hesitated, then he decided he was going to stake his claim. Being friends with and casually dating Candace was fine, but I spent a lot of time with Esther while waiting on Candace. And Esther is an amazing woman, funny and kind, and I don't think anyone could spend the kind of time that I spent with her and not start to develop deeper feelings. I'm just hoping she feels the same about me." but I guess I'll find out because I'm planning on talking to her about it this week." "I see," Preston said. Monroe couldn't tell from the look on his face whether that upset him or not. "They could use some help on the farm," Preston added. "Actually, starting Monday, I'll be helping them." "They hired you?" Preston seemed truly surprised about that, as he should, since no one in town would have known that. "Not really. I'm not expecting them to pay me. But they need help, you're right, especially with Candace moving. And with Esther not being well." Monroe's lips pressed tighter together, although he wasn't sure exactly why that irritated him. Because Esther wasn't well, that was true. But she did have a blog that was becoming quite successful. He wanted to point that out, but Esther hadn't been out much, and he wasn't sure whether anyone knew about it. She might want to be the one to announce that to the town, and he didn't want to take that away from her. Still, he knew his irritation was unfounded, so he made himself relax. After all, Preston was right. Esther wasn't much help on the farm. She might never be much help on the farm again. But almost as though Preston could read his mind, he said, "Esther is a really great girl. I think, though, she's been overlooked for a while, and maybe she's starting to feel like that's all she deserves. I could be wrong, but I think it would be good for her to be the center of some positive attention." If Preston was going to say more, he didn't get a chance because just then a high-pitched voice cut through the cold air.
"Uncle Preston, I'm done. And it's almost midnight. It's past my curfew, but I know I'm going to be okay because I'm with you."
"You mean you're not going to get in trouble with your dad because you're with me?" Preston said dryly, which made his niece, Arian, laugh. "I'll see you around, man," Preston said as he jerked his head at Monroe. Monroe returned the head nod, greeted Arian, then walked toward Miss Matilda's house, thinking. He had wanted to announce to Esther that he wanted to move forward in their relationship, but maybe Preston was right. Maybe she just needed some attention first. She'd been so long without it. Something to help her feel confident about herself and maybe adjust to whatever role she was going to have on the farm, which almost invariably wasn't going to be the same role she had before. He kept those thoughts tucked in the back of his head as he reached the house, greeting Meg and helping her into his pickup. He could make a plan to do what was best for Esther, even if it wasn't exactly on the timetable that he wanted. Chapter 16. Sunday afternoon after church, Candace asked Meg and Esther to meet her in the living room. Esther had wanted to go to church, but she was afraid it would be too tiring, and she didn't want her sisters to miss anything or have to leave early if she couldn't make it the whole way through. So she stayed home. Now that she was getting a little better, it was even harder to stay home and miss out on the things that everyone else was doing and enjoying. At least she felt strong enough to sit up when Candace and Meg came into the room. If she had gone to church, she knew she would be exhausted. As it was, she was still tired because even though she had stayed home, she had made a big pot of vegetable soup for her sisters to eat when they got back. She would feel less tired if she had rested instead.
"This is amazing. You always made this soup even better than Mom,"
Meg said as she used her foot to slide the tray stand around the couch and set the second bowl she carried on it, along with the spoon. Her words warmed Esther's heart, and she smiled.
"Thank you. I loved Mom's soup."
For a moment, her mind went back to the happy times when both of their parents were there with them. And maybe a part of her wished her mom were still here so someone could take care of her. Not that her sisters hadn't been doing a great job. but there was just something about a mother's care, knowing that someone loved her regardless of what she did, and knowing that her mother would take care of her and not consider it a burden. She didn't really think her sisters considered her a burden, but they had to resent the extra time and work that they'd been forced to do since she'd been sick.
"Your soup is the best,"
Candace agreed, although she didn't have a bowl in her hand as she came in and sat down on the edge of the love seat, almost as though she were uncomfortable. As Esther adjusted herself so she could sit and eat her soup, she cast another glance at Candace, wondering what, exactly, was going on with her. It seemed like something was. And maybe Esther was even more interested because she suspected that whatever it was had to do with Monroe. Was Candace upset because Monroe kept insisting they were just friends? It seemed probable, although the idea of her type A elder sister swooning over a man seemed a little impossible as well. After they chatted about church and things that were going on to celebrate Christmas, Meg said,
"Are you and Monroe still going to pick up Aunt Bev and Patty tomorrow?"
Esther nodded. They hadn't said anything different, not that she talked to Monroe privately. It still stung that he had walked off with Candace, and her plate of cookies had barely sold. She hadn't expected anyone to cater to her, and she wasn't exactly angry, but it did hurt that they'd left her all alone without even checking on her. She straightened her spine. She was an adult. She didn't need to be babysat, and she wasn't going to whine and complain or fuss because she'd been left behind. Those thoughts were all well and good, but they didn't stop her heart from hurting. Maybe part of her wanted him to be her knight in shining armor, who would rescue her from the embarrassment of sitting alone, her cookies unwanted, and seeming to be a reflection of herself being unwanted.
"I believe he's coming first thing in the morning, which should get us back here by early afternoon. After I take a rest this afternoon, I was going to finish up a few things, but I think we're pretty much ready for them." "Thank you for taking care of that,"
Meg said, scraping the last of her soup out of her bowl.
"It wasn't too hard since I could do it in small chunks and rest between. As long as I don't overdo it, I can feel myself getting stronger every day."
Her voice held excitement, and she didn't even try to temper it. The idea that she might be better was exciting to her.
"I feel like you're pushing yourself, maybe even more than what you should."
Candace's eyes held concern, and they reminded Esther so much of their mother that she felt a pang go through her chest.
"I don't think so. I mean, my trip to the grocery store that ended up as a major failure pretty much taught me that I need to make smart decisions about how much I can handle." "Monroe asked about you today,"
Candace said, her voice almost studiously neutral.
"He probably wondered why I was well enough to go to the cookie auction yesterday, but didn't show up for church this morning,"
Esther said, figuring it was the same thing that half the town wondered, probably. She tried to shove that thought away, along with the memory of how alone she felt last night as she sat by herself with her plate of cookies, before Preston had stepped in.
"I don't think so. I'm pretty sure he thought maybe you had overdone it yesterday. He also seemed to be worried about you when you didn't come home with us." "I'm sorry. I thought my text to you was enough. I wasn't going to turn Preston down when he offered to take me home." "I explained that to him, and I'm sure he understood. But—"
Candace paused as though weighing her words, which was rather unusual since the three of them didn't usually keep too much back from each other. Finally, Candace continued,
"But I almost think he was upset that you went home with Preston."
Meg had gotten up and left the room, and now she came back with another steaming bowl of vegetable soup.
"What made you think that?"
she asked cheerfully as she sat back down again, breathing in the aroma that was wafting up from her bowl. Esther could have kissed her since she had been wondering that herself, but she'd also been telling herself that it didn't matter. After all, he'd gone home with Candace, which was as it should be since she's the one he arrived with.
Oh, you know how men are. They're usually not interested in anything that we are. But since he asked twice about her, I figured he really wanted to know. And then he asked again this morning, which made me think he really cares about you.
Candace's smile was loving, which Esther found slightly odd since she was talking about her almost boyfriend, at least the man she'd been going out with for a year. Candace opened her mouth to say something more, but her phone chimed with a text before she could. Closing her mouth, she grabbed her phone from her pocket and stared at the screen. Either it was an extremely long text, or she read it several times before she finally looked back up.
If you guys don't mind, I need to answer this right away.
Esther almost asked if it was about her job, but she didn't. She supposed if Candace wanted them to know, she would have said something. But Candace had barely left the room when Meg, who never got upset about anything, put her spoon down in her bowl and whispered,
Is it just me, or is something strange going on with Candace? I mean, she has been acting really odd lately.
If it had been anyone except her sister talking about her other sister, Esther wouldn't have engaged in the conversation because it was speculation and almost gossip. But she knew Meg was asking out of true concern for their sister, and she had just given voice to Esther's own fears.
I thought she was acting odd as well, just a little off. She didn't eat anything,
Meg said thoughtfully, which would be a big thing to Meg since she didn't miss a meal or snack or any combination of one or the other.
I had noticed that, which is odd since we always come home from church ravenous.
Certainly she had before she got sick and lost her appetite. Meg nodded, picking her spoon back up and taking another bite of her soup, chewing thoughtfully.
I probed a little while we drove to Fort Dodge, but she doesn't want to talk about it. I guess I just wondered if you were getting the same feeling. I have been, and I haven't tried to say anything, and I don't know what I would be able to do to help her if there was anything wrong. Don't give yourself such a hard time. Not only are you doing better physically, but your blog has been extremely popular as well.
That really wasn't what Esther had been concerned about. She bit her lip.
Do you think she really likes Monroe?
Meg shrugged her shoulders and finished chewing her food before she swallowed and said,
That's a good question. Their relationship is really weird. I've never even seen them hold hands. They don't even greet each other with a kiss. I mean, he's attentive, and he opens her car door when they go out, but they definitely don't act like they're in love. They don't even really act like they're happy to see each other. I mean, when he shows up, Candace almost invents excuses to not go with him.
She stared at her soup bowl for a minute and then shook her head.
I don't know what to say about that. That's kind of how I feel, too. It just doesn't make any sense. But it's not like Candace to mess around either. She knows what she wants, and she goes after it. And if she doesn't want something, she doesn't fiddle with it. You're exactly right, which makes this all the more confusing. If she truly wanted Monroe, she'd be chasing him pretty hard. And also, if she didn't, she wouldn't be messing around with him.
Meg blew on her soup, then put a spoonful in her mouth.
I guess there's nothing we can do about it,
Esther said. Meg nodded in agreement, and they started talking about something else. By the time Meg was done with her food and ready to go out and start the barn work, Candace still wasn't back. If there had been something else she wanted to say, Esther never found out what it was. Chapter 17.
You all are going through so much trouble,
Aunt Bev said, lifting her glasses and wiping her eyes.
I feel like you actually want me here.
She set her glasses back down on her face while her hand hovered over her heart, like she was going to press down and keep her heart in her chest.
You even bought toys for Patty and turned your living room into a playroom for her. How thoughtful.
Aunt Bev shook her head and then slid her purse off of her shoulder, rooting in it until she pulled out a tissue and dabbed at her eyes before blowing her nose.
We didn't mean to make you cry,
Meg said, her smile happy and her eyes alive. Monroe watched the scene with bemusement, but also admiration. The MacCartney sisters had gone out of their way to make sure that Aunt Bev was made to feel welcome. It hadn't been huge things, but the toys for Patty and the back bedroom they decorated with horses since they knew she loved them. Plus, the small bouquet of flowers that they had on the table and how they'd made 1/4 of the living room just for her, with a recliner and an end table with her favorite magazines and several books she loved, along with a cute notebook and paper. Just little touches that made her feel wanted and welcomed. He suspected that most of it was Esther's idea. Meg and Candace had been busy with the farm, but more than that, Esther was the thoughtful one, the one who hung back a little, watching people and figuring them out. Maybe she hadn't always been like that, but it was one of the things her illness seemed to have brought out in her.
Monroe, would you mind helping me put a board in the table?
Meg asked, and he took his eyes off Esther, who had collapsed onto the couch as soon as they got in the house. At least she was sitting up. He hoped she hadn't overdone it. He tried to make sure he was there to keep her from doing too much, but he hadn't wanted to hover. He took the board Meg held out and went to the table, setting it down and grabbing a hold of one end.
Aunt Meg,
Patty's voice called out,
are these cookies for us?
Meg paused on her way to the other end of the table to help him pull it apart.
They are.
She smiled at the little girl.
Would you help me open them? I can't get the plastic off.
Meg looked at Monroe and held up a finger. He nodded his head and smiled a little. He was glad they were making Aunt Bev and little Patty feel at home, and he could wait. Meg walked to the kitchen, and Monroe fought the urge to look into the living room, to ask about Esther, to see if she needed anything. He figured she probably appreciated the fact that her sisters didn't wait on her hand and foot. Knowing what he did about Esther, she wouldn't want them to. Although, there was probably a fine line between them caring for her and overdoing it. He hoped they hadn't gone too far to the other side. But still, she seemed so frail. Although, she had everyone laughing on the way home. He almost regretted his decision to not talk to her about his situation with Candace on the way to Aunt Bev's house. He'd been eager to tell her, to find out if there might be more between them, but he hadn't wanted to do it while he was driving and while she was fighting her exhaustion and trying to save energy to help her aunt move. He also didn't want to rush her. He felt like he was being considerate. It had definitely been a sacrifice, but he felt like he was doing what was best for her rather than what he wanted to do. Still, he couldn't deny that he would prefer to have something settled between them, even if it was just words.
I can help you.
Her voice came from behind him. He turned to see her walking slowly past him, going around to the other side of the table. Can't stand watching me just stand here?
Standing still doesn't suit you very well.
She smiled. I'm getting better at it as I get older.
You're talking like you're 1,000,000 years old, an old man on the brink of retirement.
Some mornings, that's how I feel." He grinned. "I suppose you might know what I'm talking about."
Nah,
she said, giving her head a little shake.
I always feel young and spry. In fact, maybe I'll run a marathon this afternoon.
She gave an ironic smile, and he grinned back at her. That was part of what attracted him to her in the first place, her sense of humor. Even though she was exhausted, she was still smiling. "I guess I can stand at the finish line and hold your water bottle."
Nah,
she said.
I'll just carry a couple of gallons of it in my backpack. No big deal.
She grabbed a hold of the table, and he pulled, parting the boards enough that the extra board would lie down in between. "I guess this is going to be a permanent fixture, as you have more people to sit around the table now," he said as he slid the board in place, lining up the knobs with their holes.
Probably, although there's technically just one more since Candace is in Fort Dodge.
"That's right, I'd forgotten." Then he clamped his mouth shut. She didn't know what was going on with Candace and him, and it made him sound like the worst friend in the world to not even remember that she just moved. Not just not remember, but not even care. Funny, but if Esther moved to Fort Dodge, he'd be hard-pressed not to want to follow her there. She tilted her head, looking at him quizzically, like it was on the tip of her tongue to ask him, "What in the world?" Her brows drew together, then her gaze dropped down to the table. "I'm sorry, that didn't come out very well." He kind of stumbled over his words, knowing it came out exactly the right way. "But actually, I was hoping—"
Esther, I was going to get that. You didn't have to.
Meg walked into the room from the kitchen, hurrying to her sister's side, and, he assumed, she didn't hear him speaking. His voice was low anyway. He hadn't wanted the whole world to know. Not until he got things straightened out between them.
I can help a little. I'm feeling better. You went with Monroe and got them. You made the cookies Patty is eating. You have helped. They're really good,
Patty said, her mouth sounding just a little bit full.
Don't talk with your mouth full,
Aunt Bev said, giving Patty a look that Monroe could interpret pretty easily. This is our first day in their house. Remember your manners. He almost laughed. He could remember getting the same types of looks when he was little, before his mom left. Esther stood braced against the table, so he pushed, closing the last inch and snapping the boards in place.
All I had to do was stand here,
Esther said with a smile in her voice and a little light on her face. She still didn't look super happy, and she hadn't prompted him to continue with what he was saying. Maybe that was because she understood he was trying to say it quietly, or maybe she just didn't care. The idea of the last hurt his feelings, but he probably deserved it, especially if she was thinking about him like he figured she was.
I thought there was another aunt,
Patty said, somehow producing another cookie, and Monroe was pretty sure it came from her pocket. He hid a grin.
Aunt Candace. She just moved, but she's going to be home this weekend, and she'll be going to the Holiday Lights ride with us. What's that?
Patty said, wrinkling her nose. Obviously, she'd never heard of the Holiday Lights ride.
It's kind of like a hayride, only we go to see lights.
Esther's eyes shone, and it wasn't hard for Monroe to tell that she absolutely loved it. Before he could stop himself, he said, I was hoping you'd go with me. Every eye in the room turned to him. The quietness that developed was loud to his ears, and he wished that the floor would open up and swallow him. Why had he said that? What exactly had he been thinking? The silence in the room was oppressive, and he couldn't think of a thing to say to get himself out of the predicament. Sure, there were things, lots of things, he could say to explain. But nothing came to him. because all he could see was Esther's shocked expression, and then disappointment.
I thought you were dating Candace,
Aunt Bev said. He swallowed. He and Candace had been clear. They were just friends. And when they had spoken about disintegrating their agreement, he had been clear to Candace that he wouldn't give her away. He had underestimated how awkward it would be to face a situation like this. Candace and I have always been just friends, he said, knowing that it sounded lame, even if it was true.
I can't,
Esther said as soon as he was finished talking.
I'm sorry. Suddenly, I'm so tired I can barely stand up.
She moved away from the table toward the living room.
If you'll excuse me.
He thought she would go in and lie on the couch, hoping that he might get a chance to talk to her. But she kept going through the living room, and he heard her slowly climbing the stairs. Awkward silence fell, and even Meg, with her usual carefree attitude, didn't seem to know what to say. Monroe felt like rather slinking out of the house than helping, but his eyes roamed around for something to do. At least, if he was moving, doing something, this whole thing would feel less awkward. Maybe. His eyes landed on the suitcases that were sitting inside the door. Aunt Bev, I'll go ahead and carry your suitcases up for you, okay?
Oh, thank you. I'm sure Meg and I could get them, but they are awfully heavy.
Not a problem. He had just reached the suitcases and pulled the handle up on the first one when he realized he didn't know where they were going. Which room is hers? He asked, looking at Meg. She smiled, and he couldn't quite read the expression on her face, but it seemed almost crafty.
The first door on the right.
She didn't say anything else, and she looked back at Patty, asking about her cookies, so he dismissed her and grabbed the suitcases. Hauling them up the stairs, he couldn't help but think that Aunt Bev was a master in understatement, because they were quite heavy. There was no way Aunt Bev was going to get them up the stairs herself. He had to admit he was hoping that maybe he would run into Esther, maybe get a chance to explain. Part of him said not to be in such a big rush. He was going to be working on the farm all winter. Surely he would be running into her. They would get their old banter back and he would be able to explain everything. But it bothered him that there was a misunderstanding between them. Maybe it was his honest nature, that he didn't like her to be deceived. But more likely, it was his pride that didn't want her thinking less of him. He thought he had been doing Candace a favor, but he hadn't stopped to think about what it would look like on his end to other people. He was winded by the time he reached the top of the stairs and turned to the first door on the right. Setting one suitcase down and popping the handle back in, he opened the door, pushing with his hip as he took both large suitcases into the room. He'd taken about 3 steps before he stopped, his brain finally catching up with what his eyes were telling him. Esther had gasped and turned around, clutching the shirt she held in her hands to her chest. He almost laughed at that. She had a t-shirt on and was the furthest thing from being immodest or unclothed.
Ever heard of knocking?
She snapped. Maybe he was taking advantage of the situation, or maybe he was stretching things a little. But he thought maybe God had given him this opportunity, and he wasn't going to waste it. He took another step further in, set the suitcases down, and closed the door. Her brows went up and her lips flattened, but she wasn't scared, and she wasn't telling him to get out. If she did, he'd leave. He wouldn't want to, but he would. I need to talk to you for a minute. Do you mind? He said, ignoring her question. It had been rhetorical anyway. She pressed her lips even tighter together, and her face relaxed a little, allowing the tiredness to show through. If you're not up to it. He hardly ever referenced her exhaustion and her inability to do things. Sure, he wanted to make things easier for her all the time. He constantly thought that maybe she was doing too much. But he never said that. He didn't want to continually remind her that she wasn't what she used to be. Like she could ever forget. Like it didn't bother her. Like she didn't remember it and fight it all the time.
I am,
she said almost defiantly. Then she kind of shook her head, as she must have realized that she was clutching her shirt to her chest, and she really didn't need to.
I had spilled some of my drink on my shirt, and I was on my way out to the kitchen to put my cup in the sink when I saw that you needed help with the table.
She closed her eyes for just a second, as though annoyed with herself for giving him a big, long explanation.
I needed to change my shirt.
Chapter 18. Esther stared at Monroe, her heart hammering, her fingers clenching the shirt she held to keep them from trembling. Running away hadn't been the answer, but she wasn't sure she was up to the conversation that they needed to have. She wasn't going to date her sister's boyfriend. She needed to make sure things were settled between Candace and Monroe. And while she believed she knew the man Monroe was, and that he wouldn't hurt Candace or ask Esther to go somewhere with him when he still had an understanding with Candace, she had to make sure. Forcing her fingers to relax and letting her arms drop, she lifted her chin.
Do you mind if I sit down? I think we need to talk.
The corners of his mouth twitched a little, like he was trying not to smile. He inclined his head. Please, sit. He waited until she sat on the edge of her bed before he walked over and leaned against the wall in front of her, keeping a good 5 feet between them, but making it easy for them to see each other. I think that whole "we need to talk" is supposed to be a phrase that strikes fear into a guy's heart. But I happen to agree. I've wanted to talk to you for a while, and I shouldn't have been putting it off. She took a deep breath, the riot in her stomach settling. They'd talked about this a little, that he needed to talk to Candace before he could talk to her because he didn't want to break a confidence. But it scared her when he had asked her to go to the holiday lights with him. After all, she'd always thought it was kind of romantic, and it felt more like a date than friends doing something together. The idea was scary, not just because of her sister, but because she wasn't well. Might not ever be. She didn't want to lose her heart to this honorable man, only to have him decide that she couldn't be the kind of wife a farmer needed. She knew it. I'm not sure what that look was for, but it kind of looks like you're staring at the guillotine, and that's starting to make me nervous. There was humor in his voice, which made her smile, but only a faint smile, because the concern in her heart overshadowed the humor in his voice.
Did you talk to Candace?
She finally said, figuring that there was no point in trying to do any small talk or lead into it. He knew what she was concerned about, and if he was the kind of man she thought he was, he would want her to be concerned. He wouldn't want to be with someone who would double-cross her sister. After all, if she would do that to her sister, she'd do it to her husband. I did. We're friends. Nothing more. No more dates. Is that what you needed to hear? He tilted his head to the side a little, shoving his hands in his pockets while his shoulders still rested against the back of the wall, his stance deceptively casual, definitely at odds with the heightened concern in his eyes.
I suppose. How did she take it?
The idea that someone could spend so much time with Monroe and not be madly in love with him was almost inconceivable to her. She agreed it was time.
Was she... Did you...
How did she ask if he had broken Candace's heart? Maybe he wouldn't even know. Candace was proud. She wouldn't want Monroe to know that he had hurt her. Did I what? Monroe prompted when she didn't say anything more.
I just don't want to think about the idea that Candace might be pining over you,
she finally said, unable to put into words the thought that he might have broken her heart. She never was. I probably liked her more than she liked me at first. We had an agreement. She told me I could tell you, although she asked me not to if it was possible to keep it from you.
Your agreement? She wanted you to keep that from me? Why? Was it wrong?
That was the only thing she could think of. But what kind of agreement could they have had that they wouldn't be okay with the rest of the world knowing? And also, she might have been a little stuck on the idea that he liked Candace more than Candace liked him.
How much did you like Candace? Maybe you have a broken heart.
She bit her lip. She didn't want to be his rebound girl. Those relationships never worked, did they? She tried to remember what she had heard about them, but she never read articles about relationships. All she could picture were headlines on the magazine rack at the grocery store checkout line. No, he said with assurance. Candace didn't break my heart. We were just friends, and I mean that. Sincerely, I'm not even sure how good of a friend I was to her, considering that... Here he paused as though he didn't want to expose too much of himself to her. Then he took a breath, like he was plunging ahead with courage. Considering that for the last few months, maybe even longer, I was far more concerned about you than I was about her.
You were?
She said, unable to keep the wonder out of her voice. He nodded, his hands still in his pockets, but somehow his shoulders tensed up and he moved just slightly. I was. I can't believe you didn't notice. When I came here, I didn't really care whether I talked to Candace or not. I came straight to you. Our agreement said that I was supposed to look like her boyfriend, or at least an interested man, and that we would just be friends and go places together, making it look like she was taken.
Why?
I think that's probably Candace's information to share, and she hasn't told me all of it. All I know is there was someone she wanted to put off. She wasn't trying to make him jealous. At least, that's what she said. Esther racked her brain trying to think of any man that Candace had ever been around that she might not have been able to get away from, but she couldn't think of anyone. Candace had dated casually, as all of them had, but never seriously. Not since high school. Finally, the words that he said before penetrated her brain, and she forgot all about Candace.
You were coming to see me?
She tilted her head, her eyes squinting, almost as though she were trying to see him in a new light. Someone aside from Candace's suitor. Someone beyond the man who had been a good friend to her. Someone who had seen her weakness and laughed with her and wanted to spend time with her anyway. He'd encouraged her as she wrote the blog, had helped her deepen her faith, had helped her accept her sickness as a trial the Lord had her going through, and somewhere along the way she had almost completely stopped resenting it, and had, if not embraced it, at least accepted that God could grow her through it. Those themes were themes that ran throughout her blog and were themes others related to as well. She could trace it all back to Monroe. She had thought he was being a good friend. Had he been being more, and she hadn't even noticed? Is that terrible?
You were supposed to be coming for Candace.
But she knew, and I knew, that she and I were never amounting to anything. That we were just friends. Maybe that's why I let it go on for so long. I liked coming here, not necessarily because I was doing anything with Candace, but because I was getting to see you. It seemed unbelievable.
But all I did was lie on the couch.
He pulled his hands out of his pockets and crossed his arms over his chest, crossing one foot over the other and giving her a look, one that said her words weren't nearly true. Really? Do you really believe that?
It's true. I could barely get off the couch when you first started coming.
She huffed a breath which was half humor, half exasperation.
I can still barely get off the couch most days. I have to force myself. Where, before all this happened, I bounded out of bed, eager to face the day, excited for all the new possibilities. Now I'm excited if I'm able to walk to the bathroom without getting out of breath, which hasn't happened that often, I might add.
But there's so much more than the physical. I mean, you're right. You did do a lot of lying around, but your sense of humor never wavered. Even when you could barely open your eyes, we could joke, and you would laugh. It didn't matter what we were talking about, and yeah, especially at first there was some bitterness and anger. But from the very first day I met you, you were fighting that. You knew it wasn't right, and you weren't going to allow yourself to succumb to that. Don't you know how admirable that is? She shook her head slowly. She hadn't thought there was anything to admire in that.
I was doing it for self-preservation. If I allowed myself to sink into those thought patterns, those negative thoughts, being bitter and angry, I'd be depressed and miserable, even more than I already was.
It doesn't matter why. Although, I know that's not the only reason. You knew it was wrong. You knew God had a plan. It just took a while to get on board with it.
Sometimes I still think I'm not on board with it.
There was a little bitterness in her tone. After all, she had a man in front of her, healthy and whole, who would want a wife who was the same. That wasn't her. Which made her wonder what he was even doing with her. She grunted. Why not ask?
I'm not sure I understand where you think this is all going.
What do you mean by this?
This conversation. Why are you telling me that you and Candace broke up? That you came to see me? That you admired what I did?
She said, kinda trailing off maybe a little, just because it was so unbelievable that anyone could admire her while she was flat out on the couch. He stared at her, and if she wasn't mistaken, there was disbelief on his face. Then he closed his eyes and shook his head. I don't even know where to start. Why do you think I would be telling you this?
I don't know,
she said honestly.
After all, there's no future with me. So unless you just want to live in the present, which maybe you used to be that type of man, but...
She didn't really want to talk about this, but it wasn't right for her to not tell him the kind of man she saw when she looked at him, since he had been so good to her.
And I'm not just saying that. You're not the kind of man who's only looking at immediate gratification. In fact, I doubt you were ever truly that kind of man.
Restless, she started folding the shirt that she'd been loosely clasping in her lap.
You've been kind and patient. You put up with me falling asleep practically in the middle of a sentence, and then waking up and picking up the conversation right where we left off. You didn't constantly ask me how I was, which I greatly appreciated, but challenged me, without discouraging me, to be better. That takes a light touch, care, and consideration, and that's what you've done.
He shifted a little, his eyes fixed on hers, listening intently. But this time when she paused, he spoke. "What do you mean, there's no future with you?" She'd folded the shirt in her lap into a tiny little square. Now she unfolded it slowly, smoothing out the wrinkles as she did so.
I can barely walk to the kitchen without needing to stop and sit down and take a break. There's no way I can keep house or even keep up with a boyfriend, let alone a husband, and that would be the only reason I would be interested in a relationship, assuming it was going to go somewhere.
That's the only kind of relationship I'm interested in, too, especially after the agreement I had with Candace. I realized how pointless it is to waste time with someone with whom you don't expect to spend the rest of your life. She nodded, staring at the shirt and not meeting his eyes. That had always been her thought, although it seemed like a quaint, old-fashioned, very out-of-mainstream idea. The idea that you didn't just hook up with someone for a good time. She didn't think he was like that either, and because of that, she assumed there was no point in a relationship. Because all she would be was a good time, if she could even be that, while falling asleep in the middle of everything.
I guess we agree on that,
she finally said softly. We sure do. I guess that's why I'm here. Her head came up, her brows down.
What do you mean?
I know you just said that there was no future with you, but I disagree.
I would make a horrible wife, and even worse mother. I wouldn't be able to chase after the kids. I'm not even sure I could have kids. What kind of wife sleeps all the time?
You don't sleep all the time, and you're getting better. Regardless, if you never get any better than what you are right now, or if you slide back and get worse, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change your character and the personality you have, your humor, your determination to do right, your free spirit, and the empathy and compassion that has grown so greatly over this past year. You're never going to lose them. He pushed off the wall and straightened, shoving his hands back down in his pockets, although he didn't walk forward. All of those things are worth admiring.
And none of those things will cook a meal, or wash clothes, or take care of children.
She raised her brows.
All things that you would need in a wife.
I've talked to the Drys, your neighbors to the north. They have a 500-acre spread, and they're interested in selling. I'm interested in buying.
You're just confirming what I just said. You'll need someone beside you who can help you take care of it.
I'm doing no such thing. I'm explaining to you, explaining that I won't be on the harvest crew anymore. I won't be helping my sister and her husband with their business. I'll be a full-time farmer. I'll be home. If my clothes need washed, I know how to do it. I can even cook, as long as we don't want anything fancier than eggs and bacon and macaroni and cheese.
You know I'm not fancy,
she said despite herself, because it didn't matter whether he was cooking or cleaning or not.
You shouldn't have to do all the work yourself, whether you wash clothes and cook, or whether you're working on the farm. You can't do everything, and marriage isn't supposed to be me doing nothing while you do everything.
So you're considering it, he said as she rolled her eyes.
Considering what?
A relationship with me. That is the point of this whole conversation, right?
No. I think the point is we can be friends, but not more, because I don't have any more.
Those weren't the words she wanted to say. What happened to you looking at a situation and figuring out how you could make it work? Figuring out what direction the Lord wanted you to go? After all, isn't that what you did with your illness? Everyone else thought it was a bad thing, but you used it to start a blog. There's something that would be contributing to the marriage relationship. If you're blogging and earning money from that, then the farm doesn't have to work as hard and make as much. And that's not even considering the larger picture, the one where you look at it and you make something good out of it. You grow the way God wants you to rather than allowing whatever it is to defeat you. He had a point. She nodded slowly. He was right. She had determined that she wasn't going to let her illness define her. Wasn't going to let the bad thing in her life be the bad thing. It would be a catalyst for growth. Wouldn't this be the same? But let's not push. Although we both agree that we don't want to just hang out with the idea of having a good time without the idea that there could be more, we can keep that in mind, and we can go to the holiday lights together? They shared a smile, her remembering that she had turned him down and noticing the irony in his eyes as he asked her again.
No pressure?
She asked with her brows raised, still not convinced that she would ever be able to be a good wife to anyone, and not willing to be selfish enough to saddle herself to him when he deserved so much more than what she could be. We'll just go, have a good time. We'll laugh and have fun. Maybe we can even take Patty. That would really take the pressure off, wouldn't it?
It would. Okay, I'll go. And Monroe?
His lips curved up at the sound of his name. She returned his smile. Yeah? Yes, his voice possibly held a little bit of triumph in it.
Thanks for not giving up on me.
How could I? You've been a great example to me, and you've seen more to me than what I thought was there. That's someone worth holding on to. Chapter 19. Esther sat at the table humming as she snipped off a piece of ribbon and adjusted it around the jar neck in front of her. She had been too exhausted this past summer to help her sisters as they made blueberry, apple, and peach pie filling in quart jars. But she had always been the one with the most knack for making things look pretty, and thankfully, she was feeling well enough that she could sit up and decorate the jars so they could give them away as Christmas presents. The canning and decorating were a lot of work, but the peaches and apples came from their own farm, and even the price of blueberries wasn't cost-prohibitive. They made great, inexpensive homemade gifts that people seemed to really enjoy. Esther always enjoyed making them, the canning and the decorating both, and she was happy that she'd been able to contribute a little bit this year, more than she was expecting when she was lying on the couch while her sisters did the canning this year. When she looked back that far, she could see how far she'd come. It was just when she was in the middle of everything that it seemed like she had made no progress. Christmas music played softly from her speaker on the table, and the lights of the Christmas tree sparkled. Meg had taken Aunt Bev and Patty to the church cantata practice. They were always looking for people to join, and had eagerly accepted when Aunt Bev had offered. They even found an angel costume for Patty and a couple of short lines in the program. Patty had been practicing them faithfully, and Esther was eager to see how well they did. That wasn't for another week, though. First, she'd be going to see the Holiday Lights hayride with Monroe. She had to admit she was excited about it. They hadn't spoken much when he had been there earlier, helping with the farm work, and he'd left, saying he promised his Gram that he'd help her deliver some packages. He'd held her gaze just a little longer than what might be considered normal, and it had made a small curl tighten in the pit of her stomach. She had to admit, it was nice to be able to have a reaction like that and not feel guilty about it, thinking of her sister and worrying about Candace's feelings. There was definitely a freedom that hadn't been there before. It felt good, but it scared her too. Before she could continue in that line of thought, a shrill alarm from her phone sounded, startling her and making her drop the jar of blueberry pie filling she held. Thankfully, it was only a couple of inches off the table and the jar didn't break. But being startled by the loud noise and the concern about what it might mean made her hand tremble as she reached for her phone. It was the barn alarm, and as she pulled up the app, she saw it was the feeder, to her relief. Of course, it would have to be fixed, but it wasn't as big of a concern as if the water were not working, or, heaven forbid, if the animals had gotten out. It had been so cold lately, and the hogs weren't used to it. They would surely freeze to death if they left the shelter of the barn. Wondering if she had enough energy to go out and try to fix it, she had just pushed back away from the table, thinking to grab her coat and hat, when her phone rang. It was Meg.
Hello?
She said, slightly out of breath because she had stood and taken 2 steps toward the pantry where she kept her coat.
Esther, I wanted to make sure I caught you before you attempted to go outside. Monroe has the app on his phone and he got the alarm. I just texted him to make sure that he's able to come, and he gave me a simple yes. He didn't say how long it would take, but I wanted to let you know that you don't need to go out.
Esther appreciated this. She really did. But it was times like this where the frustration felt like it was going to explode in her chest because she wanted to be able to help, to do her part, to be able to stay home and watch the farm and take care of anything that needed to be taken care of.
Your blog makes money. You're contributing, just not in the way you want to. Does that make it bad? Or can you accept that this is the Lord's will for your life?
The questions in her head made sense, and she knew they were accurate. They helped push down the frustration, along with a few deep breaths.
Thank you, Meg. I'll watch for him. I'll make sure to have something warm for him to eat when he's done. That sounds great. It will be another hour and a half at least until we're done here at the church. But if he needs me before then, tell him to be sure to call. I will,
Esther said, Meg's words stirring more feelings that she didn't want to deal with, knowing that she wouldn't be much help herself. When she swiped off from her sister's call, she saw there was a text from Monroe. I'm coming to fix the feeder. Please stay inside. He cared about her. He didn't want anything to happen to her. That was the meaning of the text. She knew it, and she smiled, forced at first, before she texted back.
I'll have hot soup ready, and I can come out if you need help.
Thanks. I'll be there in a few. Going to the freezer, she got one of the quarts of vegetable soup they'd frozen after Thanksgiving and set it in a pan of warm water to thaw out a little before she dumped it into a pot on the stove. Then she went back to the pantry, shoving her feet into her warm, insulated muck boots, grabbing her hat and heavy coat, and pulling her gloves on. She had her hand on the doorknob when headlights pulled in, coming to the house rather than the barn. She recognized Monroe's pickup under the floodlights, and couldn't deny that seeing he was here eased her mind considerably. Pushing back the crush of exhaustion and forcing her knees not to buckle, she twisted the knob and stepped out. I told you not to come outside, Monroe greeted her, slamming his door and walking toward her.
I thought that was a suggestion, and I decided I wanted to anyway.
She wasn't going to get all huffy just because he was trying to take care of her. But she wasn't going to listen to him either. She was here. She could help. Gusts of wind blew swirls of snow around them, and it squeaked under their boots, indicating the temperature was near zero. I'd feel better if you were inside, he murmured, his arm going around her as they walked toward the barn. Whether it was because he wanted to hold her close, or whether it was because he was afraid she was going to fall. She wasn't sure. Either way, she did kind of appreciate it because she felt a little unsteady, and the wind was blowing enough to make her feel off balance. She wasn't used to being outside and fighting for every footstep. "We're not going to have to search for the cause anyway," Monroe said, his eyes on the feed bin. She lifted her gaze, too, and waited for the blowing snow to swirl out. Then she squinted against the floodlight at the end of the barn. Somehow, the feeder pipe had come loose from the edge of the bin, and a big pile of feed had drained out into a pile on the ground. The feed had stopped running, and the pile wasn't growing any bigger, but that explained the alarm. "Are you sure you're going to be okay with this? I will actually need you to help me hold the end of the pipe, although I can call my brother-in-law. I know he's just hanging out at the church and would be more than willing to come give me a hand."
I can do it,
Esther said, wanting with all her heart for it to be true, while closing her eyes against the wave of dizziness that swept over her. The cold, the wind, the dark, the snow, the unexpected excitement and energy expenditure. Whatever it was, she felt like she was going to fall over. "I think I probably have the tools I need right here," Monroe said, indicating the toolbox he carried. Esther had noticed it prior to that, and she nodded, wanting to ask how long it was going to take, but not wanting him to know how eager she was for it to be done. "Are you sure you're okay? You're unusually quiet." They had reached the feed bin and ducked under one of the supporting bars to get to the faulty pipe.
I am,
she said, trying to make her voice sound firm. "All right, let me see if I can find the clamp. Doesn't look like it's still on the pipe. That means it must be on the ground here somewhere." He bent down, using a gloved hand to move over the snow lightly, searching for the clamp. Grateful to not have to stand anymore, Esther dropped down too and looked for the clamp as well. "I wonder whether something might have knocked this to have pulled it apart like that. I can hardly think the wind would have done it," Monroe murmured as he moved his hand in a wider circle.
There's a stray dog that's been around. We've been feeding him on the other side of the barn. Actually, you've probably seen him around, as much as you've been here."
"Mangy-looking thing. Sad," Monroe said. "Yeah, I've seen him. Looks like a stray that somebody didn't want anymore and dropped off."
That's kind of what we figured. Although he's awfully scared, too. No one's been able to get near him.
"So it's not just me. I thought maybe he was afraid of men."
I haven't been out, but I heard my sister say he won't come to her either.
"I see. Maybe he got scared over something and took off, bumping the pipe."
It's possible. The wind has erased any trace of tracks, but it could be that.
"I've not seen too many systems where the pipe comes out the bottom like yours does."
We used to tease Dad about putting this in. No one else has one like this. I'm not even sure why they made them like this.
"Well, they definitely are easier to work on if there's a problem."
That's true, but being so low to the ground, it almost guarantees that there's going to be problems.
"Excellent point. Here we go. I found the clamp." Monroe held the clamp up in his gloved hand, his smile wide, his eyes sparkling in the floodlight. Esther tried to return it, but her lips felt numb and her head whirled. "Do you mind scooting over to the other side and holding that pipe up just a little? It shouldn't take long."
Sure.
She stood, but she wasn't paying attention, trying to focus on not passing out, and she smacked her head on the edge of the bin, which was enough to knock her off balance, and she fell. Pain shot through her head as her face landed in the snow, too fast for her to react and catch herself. "Esther!" Monroe exclaimed, and before the word was out of his mouth, he was leaning over her. She tried to make her mouth say, "I'm okay," but the words seemed like they were stuck in her throat. Some odd sound escaped, though, and must have convinced Monroe that she was alive at least, since he muttered a word she didn't understand under his breath before his arms came under her back and legs and he picked her up. "Why didn't you tell me you were feeling dizzy?" he asked. She wanted to ask him how he knew she was feeling dizzy. Maybe she just lost her balance. But she didn't want to split hairs, and she didn't have enough energy for humor right now.
"Maybe I just wanted you to carry me,"
she mumbled out. Okay, maybe she did have enough energy for humor. "That's when you say, 'Monroe, I'd like you to carry me.' It's not a problem." The concern was still in his voice, but there was also humor there as well, which made her smile even if she did with her eyes closed.
"Noted for next time,"
she said, her words coming out on a small breath of air, and her body feeling like it weighed a ton, like she could just sink into his arms, into the snow. Except she was cold, too. "You crazy woman. You could have told me you weren't feeling well. I actually think I can probably fix the pipe myself and I wouldn't need my brother-in-law, although he probably needs something to do anyway. He's probably bored out of his mind at the church right now."
"He needs the practice. He's got a big part,"
Esther said, her words barely coming out. "He's got 2 lines.
2 lines more than what he had last year,"
she said, recalling that Elias had been a shepherd, not one of the ones that had spoken. "Do you think there will ever be a time when you're not going to argue with me?" Monroe asked, a rhetorical question, but he sounded thoughtful.
"No,"
she said quickly, but there was still no strength behind her voice. They'd reached the door, and he didn't try to answer her as he reached for the doorknob with the hand that was under her knees.
"Put me down. I can stand up. I just had a little weak spell, but I'm fine now."
That wasn't entirely true. She didn't feel like she could stand up, although she would even if she had put all of her mental energy into keeping her feet braced and her weight balanced. Monroe didn't set her down, and he didn't answer either. Opening the door and carrying her through, he kicked it closed with his boot. "Hopefully, I can get that feed pipe fixed and get the floor clean before your sister gets back, because I'm not taking my boots off," he said as he carried her across the floor and into the living room, where he knelt and set her gently on the couch. Funny how terrible she felt physically, just exhausted, like she could barely move, like her entire body was filled with lead. But her soul felt cherished and cared for because of the gentle way he was holding her and the consideration he showed. "I don't know why you're smiling, but you look like you're up to no good. If it weren't for that big bump on your head, I would almost think you staged that with that look." She'd forgotten about her throbbing head.
"Nice of you to remind me. I felt so awful everywhere else. I forgot my head hurt, too."
"Anytime. That's what friends are for, to let us know when we have big, ugly bumps on our heads and should stay in for a while so the rest of the world doesn't think our want-to-be boyfriend is beating us." She cracked one eye.
"Want to be?"
"Maybe," he said, his lips curving up as he finished pulling his gloves off and started working on hers.
"I can get them."
"I'll get these and I'll get your boots off. And then I want you to stay here until I'm back in. I'll try to fix it myself, and I'll be calling Elias if I can't. And if you get off this couch, I'll—"
"You'll what?"
She grinned, her eyes barely open, but she couldn't help teasing him. "I'll do something really terrible. I promise."
"Wow, that's scary. I guess I'll stay put."
Like she could get up if she wanted to. "That's right. Don't forget it. I'm scary, so you're staying on the couch."
"Got it,"
she said, not wanting to argue. He seriously sounded worried, But she didn't want him out in the cold and the snow and the wind trying to fix the pipe, making sure their animals would be fed, and worried about her, too. It seemed inconsiderate. Okay, now I'm worried because you're being too meek. Are you up to something? He had started to stand, but he stopped, bending over her, and looked deep into her eyes.
No, sir.
Now I'm really suspicious. She grinned, allowing it to be a crafty grin that made absolutely no promises about being good. He chuckled, shaking his head and standing up. If everything goes well, it'll take me 20 minutes, if that, to fix the pipe, and then I'll be back, once I'm sure it will run okay.
I'll be here,
she said wearily, thinking she might just take a 20-minute nap. Maybe she'd feel better. I'm counting on it, he said before pausing and then walking away. Chapter 20. Monroe gave one last yank on the wrench, tightening the hose clamp, then pulling his knee out from underneath the pipe. It would have been easier with a second person, but he managed to get it done. He understood Esther's concern about being a farmer's wife, about not being able to help. It would make his life harder, for sure, especially if they never had children who could help as they got older. Should I try to buy the farm, Lord? He stood for just a moment more beside the bin. He thought, with the Drys agreeing to sell, and with Candace agreeing to dissolve their agreement, that things were opening up for him to pursue Esther. Maybe owning a farm wasn't in God's plan for him. Even if that had been his goal since he was old enough to remember. He couldn't ever remember wanting to be anything else other than a farmer. With his own farm, wife, cattle, kids, everything that went with it. It had been his goal forever. So, of course, when things started coming around, he saw that as God opening doors for him. Maybe those were just temptations placed in his path, things he was supposed to walk past because God had something else in store for him. Maybe you're not meant to be with Esther. He wanted to shut that thought down immediately. Sure, the farm dream was older, but the desire to be with Esther was stronger. Stronger than anything else he wanted ever in his life before. He could move slowly because she was worth it, but he wasn't going to not move at all. Unless it was God's plan. God, show me clearly, please, that what I'm doing is what you want me to do. Would he go in a different direction if God showed him something else? What if God clearly showed him that Esther wasn't the one for him? Would he give her up? And an even worse thought occurred to him. What if God wanted him to not pursue Esther and not buy a farm either? What was the point of his life if he wasn't going after his dreams? To bring glory to God, that is the sole end of man. His entire purpose, everything that God had made him for, created him for, wanted for him, to live his life for God's glory. Can I do that with Esther, Lord? Even if he didn't have a farm, if he had Esther, he would have enough. God was silent, not answering his unspoken plea. Then a whisper slipped through his mind. Aren't I enough? He straightened, turning his head and looking up at the sky, which had cleared. The innumerable stars shone brightly down, obscured every once in a while by a gust of wind that blew icy shards of snow swirling all around. Jesus would be enough. As he looked up, contemplating the stars, the vastness of the universe, the idea of the earth, just a wet rock hurtling through space, The only thing keeping them from crashing into anything was the hand of God as He controlled it all. Everything from the vastness of the galaxies to the tininess of each individual flake of snow. It was hard to imagine, harder to visualize, when faced with that, with the awesomeness of God and the smallness of himself. The idea of thinking he knew better than God, that if God wanted everything he had of value, his farm dream, even Esther, how could he think for 1 second he could hold anything back? He knew he couldn't. If that was what God truly wanted, he could give up Esther. He could give up the farm. He could give up whatever God wanted him to give up, just because God was God, and he deserved it all. Part of the reason he was able to say that to himself, though, was because he knew God was a loving God, a God who wanted the best for him. And sometimes, the best for him wasn't what he thought. He'd experienced that multiple times in his life. All right, you convinced me, Lord. Whatever I need to do, that's what I'll do. I'm willing. You just might have to help me. As he said it, the knot that had been pushing against his chest eased, and he knew beyond a shadow of the doubt that he wasn't going to have to give up Esther. God just wanted to know that he would. He didn't feel an answer about the farm, though. He also didn't feel an answer about whether or not Esther would take him. After going into the barn, running the feed through a complete cycle, and making sure that everything was working properly, he shut the lights off and walked back over to the house. Esther would still be on the couch, he was sure. She didn't want to be bossed around, not any more than he did. But if she would have told him to stay on the couch, he would have listened, just out of consideration for her. He figured she'd be the same. And sure enough, once he walked in, taking his boots off this time, she was in the exact same position on the couch as he'd left her in, only her eyes were closed, her mouth slightly open, and her chest rising and falling slowly. It gave him time to take the soup that had been thawing in the water in the sink and put it in a pan on the stove, turning the burner on low while he found a mop and bucket and cleaned up the mess that he'd made with his boots when he carried her in. Would he get tired of doing this? Would he get tired of coming in from a long day of work to see his wife on the couch, to see the mess on the floor he'd have to take care of himself, to have to warm up his own supper? Maybe he was wearing rose-colored glasses, but he was confident, without any doubt, that he would be okay with that, as long as Esther was with him. He'd never needed to be waited on. He'd grown up with his brothers, and they didn't wait on anyone. He was used to taking care of himself, and the idea of having the privilege of taking care of someone else, of Esther, made him eager to get started. Chapter 21. Esther took Monroe's hand and climbed up on the wagon behind the tractor. It had been years since she'd gone on the Holiday Lights hayride, and she had to admit she was excited about it. Or maybe it was the idea that she and Monroe were doing it together. That was definitely it. There had been some grins, a couple of comments, and some congratulations as they'd shown up together. Several people had asked about Candace and what had happened between Monroe and her, while they were waiting for the tractors to be unloaded from the last ride and brought around. Esther had told the bare bones that Monroe and Candace had been just friends, while she and Monroe had been liking each other more and more. That was the truth. She supposed it didn't really matter that people were curious, and it hadn't dimmed her eagerness to get started. Monroe and Candace had been a couple in the town's eye, but not a serious one. It wasn't like they couldn't find one without the other, or that they went everywhere together, or that they even sat together in church. Showing up in public hadn't been as awkward as what she had been afraid it would be. Of course, it probably helped that Monroe couldn't seem to take his eyes off her, and he kept his arm around her as they waited, finally helping her up onto the wagon and helping her get settled with Patty and Aunt Bev on one side of her and settling himself on the other side, with his arms around her and their legs pressed together. "Are you feeling okay?" His voice, husky and low, came in her ear, only loud enough for her to hear.
"Better than I expected,"
she said. She'd been outside a couple of times since she'd fallen trying to help Monroe fix the feeder. Every time the cold took a little out of her, but she was feeling good tonight.
"I think it helps that it's not as cold as it has been,"
she said. "I agree. It must be almost 30 degrees out."
"It feels that way. It's definitely cooled off since the sun went down,"
she said, thinking that the high during the day had been closer to 40. They'd had a warm spell. There were 2 tractors, and theirs was the second one in line. They were jostled as other townspeople climbed up, finding seats, joking and chatting as everyone settled down on the straw bales that were set around the edges of the wagon, as well as the row down the middle. There were no empty spaces by the time the tractor started and they pulled out of the church parking lot and onto the main street of Prairie Rose. Because of the holiday hayrides, the folks along Main Street were always careful to decorate their houses beautifully, and people came from miles around to enjoy the lights via tractor. The church only charged $1 per person, and they also sold hot chocolate, along with hot dogs and chili, in the church parking lot. Even on cold winter evenings, it was the most popular thing in their corner of Iowa.
"Patty seems like she's having a really good time,"
Esther said softly in Monroe's ear as she tilted her head at her little friend. "The lights are gorgeous, and Patty seems like she enjoys everything she does. I feel like maybe she hasn't gotten out much, or maybe hasn't had much attention." Monroe's hand tightened around her shoulders, almost as though it made him sad to think that Patty had lived such a sad life.
"I appreciate you taking us. I know Meg is coming in as soon as Candace gets home, and we could have gone with them, but the earlier time is better for Patty. If she doesn't fall asleep, I'll be surprised."
A few people at the head of the wagon had started singing Christmas carols, so their conversation was completely private, drowned out by happy voices. "It doesn't look like she's too cold," Monroe observed.
"She has so many layers on, I'm surprised she can move. I might have gone a little overboard dressing her."
Monroe glanced down at her with a smile on his face. "It's better that she has too many layers than not enough." He stated the obvious. "You're going to be a great mom." The smile faded off of Esther's face, and she looked away, staring at the beautiful Christmas lights without really seeing them. Would she ever be a mom? The idea that she wouldn't started to make her sad. But then she saw Patty's happy face again, and she thought to herself that even if she wasn't able to have children, if the doctor thought it best for her to not, there were lots of kids in the world who needed a mom and dad who would love them, who would do things for them and provide a stable and caring home.
"How do you feel about adopting?"
The question was out before she thought about it. At first, she thought that maybe Monroe hadn't heard her, since he was singing Jingle Bells along with everyone else. But then he stopped singing mid-sentence and looked down at her. "Adoption?" She nodded, committed now that she had started the conversation. "You don't want to have children naturally?"
"What if I can't?"
Understanding dawned in his eyes, and his hand came up, cupping her cheek, his thumb cradling her chin. "I think that's a great idea. I think a dozen kids would be a good start." She snorted a laugh, couldn't help herself.
"A dozen? That's crazy." Nobody has a dozen kids anymore.
I always thought it would be really fun to have a big family. I mean, I have 4 brothers and a sister, and that's not exactly small, and I loved it growing up. We weren't even home that much. We started working when we were really young, but family is the best thing in my life. I love seeing how you get along with your sisters, how you share the workload. He put a finger up as her mouth opened. And you do. It's part of the reason being down bothers you so much, because you don't like the idea that your sisters have more work to do because of you. That's true caring and concern. It's also beautiful to know that they'll take care of you, that you have someone to take care of you if you need it. That's what families are for.
And the more the merrier?
A dozen might be a bit much, but I definitely want a big family. And I don't care if we adopt, or if we have them ourselves, or do a little of both. She blinked her eyes and then shook her head. She never met a man who actually wanted a big family. Most of the time, they hated the idea of having children because it would take time and attention and money away from themselves. They made the turn and were churning out of town, down to the granary several miles to the south of Prairie Rose. Volunteers had spent hours stringing lights up on the big grain silos and attaching them to the catwalks and grain chutes. In addition to all that, the field beside it was full of different moving lights and other displays. There wasn't another display like it in all of Iowa. People grew silent as they drove slowly by, turning in a small field road and going around behind.
It's funny how the lights look the same from the front as they do from the back, Esther said.
Monroe didn't get a chance to answer her since immediately after she finished speaking, the tractor that was pulling their wagon sputtered and then died. Their wagon lurched to a stop. Pete Stollard, the farmer who was driving, seemed like he was trying to turn it over, but the engine was silent. The first tractor quit pulling away, stopping, with everyone on the wagon craning their heads to see what the problem was. "Do you mind if I go check this out?" Monroe asked in a low tone next to her ear. She shook her head, squeezing Patty as the little girl pressed tighter against her. "It's going to be okay. At the very least, they'll bring another tractor and hook up to us. Nothing to worry about." Patty looked up at him, her eyes trusting, his sincere and confident. She nodded slowly as he smiled at her, and then Monroe looked at Esther. "I'm not going to be gone long. I'm not taking chances with you." She smiled, grateful he was taking care of her, but also proud that he might be able to help, and wanting him to be able to use his talent to give a hand if he could. True to his word, he wasn't gone long, but he didn't come back up on the wagon. The other tractor had turned around and pulled alongside them, so that the front of each wagon was directly across from each other. "Okay, everyone. We think there's enough room on the first wagon for everyone to squeeze in if we do it nice and tight. That way, nobody will be sitting here getting cold while we're waiting for another tractor to come pick us up. But, just in case there isn't room, we have another tractor on the way."
"You can't fix it, son?"
An older gentleman asked from more towards the front, and Esther couldn't see who it was. "If I had the right tools, I could. But I was expecting to do a little snuggling with my girl this evening, not fix the tractor, so I didn't bring my stuff." The folks on the wagon laughed as the people in the front stood up, and Monroe helped them down. Esther kept her arm around Patty and waited until last. Some of the people in the wagon were older, and she didn't want them to have to stay out in the cold if they couldn't all fit in the first wagon. It turned out that everyone made it, even she and Patty, although they ended up standing with their hands over the heads of the people sitting on the straw bales and holding on to the sides of the wagon. Once everyone was arranged, Monroe came up and stood behind her, bracing her body against his, with his arm around her waist. "Are you going to be able to make it the whole way back?" he asked, his voice in her ear.
She nodded. I think so. I definitely think I'll be ready to go home and lie down once we get there, though.
I'll plan on it, he said, and she felt a little bad. He might have been able to stay and get the other tractor running so they didn't have to let it sit out all night, but she appreciated that he was going to take care of her first. Truly, standing the whole way home was going to be tough. Even now, she felt like her legs could buckle at any time, although Monroe's solid arm around her waist helped steady her and made it so she didn't need to hold the wagon as tight or brace her legs as hard. The ride home was even more jubilant than the ride out had been. People sang, commented on the lights, and laughed and joked. It felt cozy and fun with all of them in the wagon together. As they came down Main Street, Esther couldn't help the relief that went through her when the church came into sight. She was ready to sit down. Her legs shook, and she was pretty much leaning all of her weight back into Monroe, who didn't seem to mind. They pulled into the church parking lot, and she was happy to see Candace's car, with Candace and Meg standing beside it, since that meant Aunt Bev and Patty didn't have to go home with them if they didn't want to. As the tractor pulled to a stop, Candace and Meg came over to the front of the wagon. Beside her, Aunt Bev straightened, her body tensing, and her face breaking out into a huge smile as she exclaimed, "Candace, I didn't realize you were pregnant." Chapter 22. Esther's body went cold. She supposed she should have noticed before that Candace had been gaining weight, her stomach thickening. But whether it was because she saw her every day, or because she just wasn't looking for that, she hadn't noticed. But from the way the light shone and the shadows fell, and the sweater that Candace wore hugged her figure, there was no doubt in Esther's mind that Aunt Bev was correct. Her sister was pregnant. There was silence on the wagon as Esther stiffened. Monroe's arm around her tightened, but she pulled against it. She'd believed every word he'd said, that Candace and he were just friends, that there wasn't anything between them. She hadn't thought for one second that he would have lied, that anything he said might possibly not be accurate. She had trusted him. Candace's eyes got big, her face drawn. Concern filled her gaze, and she focused first on Aunt Bev, then directly on Esther, as though gauging her reaction. From somewhere in the back of the wagon, a man, sounding like he might have been in his late teens or early 20s, said, "That's funny, Monroe. Looks like you're with the wrong girl tonight." Behind her, Monroe was still, not denying it, but also not acknowledging the words. As though that comment opened the floodgates, people started talking all at once. Esther wasn't paying attention. She just wanted to get off the wagon and go home. She wanted to rest and sleep until she was able to deal with all of the implications of Candace carrying Monroe's baby. She pulled away again. Monroe's hand loosened, but his voice came in her ear. "You know that's not true. It's not mine." She froze. Thoughts swirled in her head. It had to be his. He was the only man Candace had dated for a year or more. It couldn't be anyone else's. But Monroe was honest. He wouldn't lie. If the baby were his, he would acknowledge it. Wouldn't he? Was he the honorable man she'd assumed he was? Competing thoughts vied for her attention as 1 second ticked into 2, and she knew she had a choice to make. She could trust Monroe, or she could believe what seemed to be obviously true, that the baby was his. "I believe you." Her words were soft but firm, and she found she meant them with her entire heart. If he said it wasn't his, if he said that Candace and he were just friends, for whatever reasons, then it had to be true. Monroe wasn't the kind of man to say whatever was convenient. He spoke the truth. Otherwise, she wouldn't be with him. If she thought for 1 second that he was a liar, she wouldn't be with him. And this was her chance to show that. No matter how crazy the idea sounded, she would believe him until she heard from Candace's own mouth that the baby was his. After that, she'd have more decisions to make because she'd need to decide whether to believe Monroe or her sister. But that wasn't a decision she had to make right now. His arm tightened around her waist, and his cheek brushed against her temple as he said, "Thank you. It doesn't matter what the rest of the town thinks, as long as you believe me."
I believe you.
This time her words were louder and even more firm. "You're trembling. I need to get you home. I hate to leave this mess, but I know Candace will straighten it out and do the right thing." The rest of the people on the wagon had gotten off, going around them to the other side. Monroe jumped down and helped Aunt Bev and then Patty, and lastly, Esther. Candace and Meg were in the middle of a group of ladies who were chattering, but as Esther's feet touched the ground, her eyes met Candace's, and Candace gave a little smile and nod, pointing her head at Monroe. Esther wasn't exactly sure what that was supposed to mean, other than she seemed to have Candace's approval to go with Monroe. Everything else would straighten itself out somehow. Of that, she was sure. Chapter 23. Esther was quiet the whole way home, and Monroe didn't know what to say. He'd already proclaimed his innocence, and he'd been hoping that Candace would declare it to everyone standing there. She hadn't. At least, not before Esther and he had left. He wasn't sure why she was allowing everyone to believe something that was not the slightest bit true, especially when it was obviously hurtful to him. But as long as Esther believed him, he supposed he'd be able to deal with whatever fallout there was. It was his fault for agreeing to Candace's proposal to begin with. And he couldn't discount the idea that maybe Candace was just surprised. Maybe she hadn't expected to be called out like that, didn't have an answer ready. Although he supposed it wasn't that hard to say Monroe wasn't the father. But then the question would become, who was? Maybe that was the question she didn't have an answer for. Candace had her own secrets. She hadn't told him what they were, so he really didn't know. Pulling into the farm drive, he looked over at Esther, half expecting her to be sleeping. But she wasn't. She sat in her seat staring straight ahead, maybe deep in thought. "Hold on, I'll open your door for you." She jerked, her head snapping around to his like she hadn't realized they'd gotten home. She nodded. Maybe she was more tired than he thought. Maybe he shouldn't have asked her to go. A quiet evening at home would have been much better for her, and he would have enjoyed it just as much. Although he thought she enjoyed the time with little Patty and Aunt Bev, and getting out among the townspeople again. But the end of the evening had been rough. Walking around the pickup, he opened the door and put his hand up. She clasped it easily, not holding back, and he thought she truly did believe him, which honestly shouldn't surprise him because Esther was loyal. She'd stay on his side, maybe even if he was wrong, because that's the kind of person she was, that she would support her friends. Not enabling him, but just in, my friends can make mistakes and I'll still love them kind of way. That was the kind of friend Esther was. He helped her out of the pickup and noted as her feet touched the ground that she was no longer trembling. Putting his arm around her, He steadied her as he stepped away from the pickup and shut the door, and they walked to the house. "Do you mind if I come in and make sure you're okay?" he said, truly wanting to make sure that she was able to lie down without passing out, and hoping she would let him.
I actually think all I needed was to just sit down and give my legs a rest. I'm not feeling too bad. Maybe we can have some hot chocolate by the tree."
They had walked in the house, and he'd just closed the door behind them. He couldn't help it, but he stood there, staring at her. "You really do believe me?" He couldn't keep the wonder out of his voice. It made perfect sense for everyone to think that Candace's baby was his. After all, he was the only one who had gone anywhere with her for a year. It looked like they were in an exclusive relationship. It was just common sense for most people. And yet Esther believed him.
"Am I wrong?"
she asked, almost flippantly. She raised a brow at him, a little smile hovering around her lips. She obviously wasn't worried about it. He shook his head slowly. No, you're exactly right." A little smile became a full-on grin as she nodded.
"That's what I thought."
She tilted her head.
"Why do you look so surprised?"
I guess I just wouldn't blame you for not believing me, or at least wanting to get some confirmation from Candace."
"I know Candace isn't going to lie about you to me, and I really hope that she's not going to allow the town to keep thinking a lie. But it doesn't matter."
"Nothing matters as long as you believe me." She closed the distance between them and put her hand on his cheek.
"I do,"
she said simply. It was so hard to believe that he could look so guilty and yet have her be so confident that he was being honest. "I don't deserve confidence like this."
"You do. You believed in me. All those months I was lying on the couch when I could have gotten bitter and angry, and you helped me, pointing me towards something better. You believed in me, encouraged me to write, and encouraged me to see my situation as a challenge, something God could use to make me better rather than bitter."
"I think you might be giving me too much credit."
"You know I'm not. And how can I not turn around and give the same confidence back to you? How can I not believe in you too? I know what kind of man you are. I'm not going to let what the rest of the town might think affect what I believe when I know the truth."
"Thank you." That's all he could think of to say as he lowered his head. And then something else came to mind. "I love you. I love you for believing in me and seeing the good and encouraging me. I love you." Her eyes started to drift closed, and they were half shut, but she smiled.
"I love you too."
"I guess I'm not going to stop trying to convince you that we're meant to be together, whether that means we're on a farm or whether we're not. Because I'm not just doing this because it's what I want to do in the moment. I want every moment with you for the rest of our lives."
"I can't let you give up the farm for me."
Her smile slipped, her eyes opening. "Shouldn't that be a choice I get to make? Because it's not even hard. I'll choose you over everything, anything. I don't even have to think about it. I don't care where we live or what we do, as long as we're together."
"I want to believe that."
You can believe my innocence about Candace and the baby, but you have a hard time believing me about what I want when I flat out say what I want?
"Do you have to make so much sense?"
Does that mean I've convinced you?" His hand slid along her cheek and around her neck.
"About?"
She asked, a little bit of flirt in her voice, a little bit of dreamy wonder. Really? This isn't exactly how I was thinking this would go.
How what would go?
Would you marry me, please? There was no doubt about the stretching of her smile now, even though there was only a heartbeat between them.
Yes, that means you've convinced me, and I will, if you're sure that's what you want.
How could I want anything else? I have the most amazing woman in the world standing right in front of me. How could I not want to spend the rest of my life with her?
I think that would be too coincidental, since you are the most wonderful man in the world, and you're standing in front of me.
I said it first.
Can we argue about it later?
His lips were just a breath from hers when he smiled. Oh, you had something else you wanted to do now? Rather than answering, she stretched up just a little bit more until their lips were touching. It was all the encouragement he needed for his arms to come around her and pull her close as he lowered his head just a little more and deepened the kiss. Baffled, but grateful that Esther had chosen him, telling himself that he would do whatever was necessary to take care of her for the rest of his life. Epilogue. 2 months later. Jefferson Connolly stood with the rest of his brothers as his brother Monroe exchanged vows with Esther. He kept his eyes on the happy couple, thrilled that his brother had found someone who suited him so perfectly. Hardly anyone noticed that as soon as the vows were spoken, Esther had to sit down. She was beaming, and so was Monroe, and there was no denying the happiness that filled the room. And love. Funny that Jefferson was thinking about love, since Esther's sister Candace had just made a proposal to him, one that had absolutely nothing to do with love. Up until the day before, when they had had the rehearsal dinner, Jefferson hadn't even known who Candace was. And now, she'd offered him a proposal that was so outrageous he should have dismissed it immediately out of hand. Instead, he told her he'd think about it. Everyone clapped, drawing Jefferson out of his contemplations, as Monroe lifted Esther out of her chair and cradled her against his chest, lowering his head and kissing her smiling lips. Monroe had talked about going into partnership with Elias, their brother-in-law, with his repair shop. He thought the rigors of farm life would be too hard for Esther. Jefferson couldn't believe that Monroe was even considering giving up his lifelong dream. Just the fact that he was showed one what love did to a man. Maybe a marriage without love would be a good idea. It wouldn't cause him to do anything stupid and crazy, like give up the opportunity to own his own farm and become a shop owner instead. Jefferson hardly thought a marriage which was based on so much sacrifice would ever work. Even as he studied the happy faces of the couple in front of him, he couldn't imagine that Monroe wouldn't get bitter and angry and resentful at not being able to do what he'd wanted to do all of his life, because of love. But if Jefferson entered into a union without it, he wouldn't have to worry about doing anything stupid like that. He'd make decisions based on his rational mind, not his emotions. His eyes lifted from the happy couple to the tall, silent, pregnant woman behind them. Her eyes were on her sister and her new husband, and they held sadness that, Jefferson had to admit, stirred his heart. Not in a love way, just in a he felt bad for her way. What she proposed would work for him too, so he didn't mind doing a good deed. Yeah, that's what it would be, him doing a good deed. And there would be a few benefits for himself as well. He looked again at his brother and the happy smiles of him and his new bride, and the glowing of their dad and his and their stepmother's faces beyond them. As hard as Jefferson worked, he probably wouldn't be able to find a woman who would take him anyway. Maybe what Esther's sister Candace had suggested would be the best thing for everyone. The easiest, too. At the reception, he'd have to make his way over to her and let her know he'd made up his mind to accept her proposal. Hi, this is Jay, and thanks for listening. If you're ready for another great audiobook, here's one we think you might like. Or check out the playlist with all our latest releases. Don't forget to subscribe to Say with Jay, give this video a thumbs up, and tell us what you liked in the comments.